A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. And now, the Goldbergs. Well, the ball is rolling now, and it's going fast in Glastonbury. The Goldbergs have tried to protect Orianne from being enmeshed in the tangled domestic past of the Ways. But today, Dr. Cater Jr. is visiting Mrs. Way. As a psychologist and psychoanalyst, his purpose is to treat her. As a man, his purpose is to help her get her ex-husband back, or out of the way of Orianne, whom Dr. Cater loves. But there is a point at which a man's professional honor is more than his private hopes. Dr. Cater is at that point. And Jake thinks that Molly has a hand in it.
No, Molly? What did you accomplish with your philosophy?
Jake, please, I'm not looking to accomplish.
So what then are all the conferences?
Oh, not so loud, Jake, please.
Can't I speak aloud or whisper in my own house?
Hey, don't whisper, please, and don't howl. I don't want Orion to think that...
What?
Nothing.
There's Dr. Cater. May I ask that question?
Why may you not? Why may you not? He been over to Mrs. Way.
At your suggestion, my dear?
No.
No. How's that?
Well, Jake, please.
Could you give me my allowance 1 week in advance?
What's the purpose?
Well, Mommy has $16 of mine, and...
So?
Well, if I had $1.50 more, I could buy a defense fund. Sammy and I want to give David a defense fund for Christmas.
It's not Christmas yet.
Well, maybe David and Orianne won't be here for Christmas.
Why? Where are they going? Molly,
the telephone.
Something that I don't know?
Yes, please, the telephone. Maybe it's Dr.
Tell me,
Cater.
never mind the telephone.
Yes, please, maybe it's Dr. Cater. I have to talk.
And I'm entitled to know everything.
Well, tell me too.
Hello?
Hello, Dr. Cater?
Yes. Is Mr. Way there?
No, he's not yet.
Will you have him come over here, please?
To the hotel? To Mrs. Way?
Yes.
Oh, I see. You can't speak freely at the moment?
No, just see that Mr. Way comes over.
Oh, I will indeed. Is everything,
Just see that he comes...
Orion is upstairs if you wish, however.
No. All right, Mrs. Goldberg.
Yes, bye.
Goodbye.
He isn't there, is he?
No.
I suppose he's out somewhere with Mrs. Leland.
No, she's home. Now, Mrs. Way, before we go any further, I want it to be clearly understood why I'm here.
I've asked you to be my physician.
More than that. You've asked me to help you readjust your whole life.
Do you think that any doctor can do that?
If the patient has enough confidence...
Enough confidence in the doctor or herself?
In the doctor. The less confidence you have in yourself, the better. After all, you made a complete failure of your life.
Thanks to my ex-husband.
Oh, no. Not thanks to your ex-husband at all. Thanks to yourself.
I think I know a little more about my past than you do.
Just the facts, not the meaning. For instance, on what day did your husband enter prison?
What difference does that make?
Tell me.
Well, it was, I know it, of course.
What day?
Well, I know the month.
What day?
It's just slipped my mind.
Because you're ashamed of it and want to forget. That's all. People forget what they don't want to remember. You see, Mrs. Wade, we're more the masters of our fate than we suppose. If we're unhappy, it's because we make ourselves so. We always get what we want.
You don't think that I want to be unhappy?
Well, not consciously, but subconsciously you do. In psychoanalysis, you're obeying a death wish.
Death wish?
Yes. You're trying to punish yourself for some crime against yourself. Your husband is just a symbol of it.
I'm afraid none of this makes any sense to me.
It will in time. In any event, you agree to visit my office every day for 2 hours until I say you don't have to.
Yes.
You're to take my advice on all things and make no steps without consulting me.
Very well.
But actually, you don't intend to do anything except what you want.
which is to ruin your husband's life. At least what's left of it.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Hello?
Hello? May I speak to Dr. Christopher Cader?
Yes. Just one moment. It's for you.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, this is me again, Doctor. Mr. Ray just came into the house now. Tell him to go over.
Yes, thank you.
I called because maybe the message was changed.
Oh, no.
You still wish Mr. Ray to go over?
Yes, please.
Everything is all right?
Yes?
Nothing you wish or want?
No.
I see. No message for Ian?
No.
Well, then I'll say goodbye. You want Mr. Ray?
Yes.
Bye.
Goodbye. Your husband is coming over.
So I gather.
Now, Mrs. Way, I want you to understand another thing. I know you wanted to see me because of your husband's interest in Mrs. Orianne Leland. You thought that I was concerned in it, too, and you hoped to find some way to do him a bad turn.
That's ridiculous.
The most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. But it's true, isn't it?
Well, supposing it was true,
I just want you to know that I know.
And if you do know,
I know. I'd asked your husband over here so that you could tell him about our agreement.
Well, why should
It'll have a good effect on both of you. You see, Mrs. Way, the most important thing when a person is sick is for him to go to bed. In a nervous illness like yours, and you're very ill, dangerously ill, instead of going to bed, you stop involving yourself emotionally with those who are part of your disease. Your husband is.
I'm not sick. Now, let's not misunderstand each other. I know that you're in love with this Orianne woman, and you're going to help me, and I'm going to help you.
Oh. So that's what you really think.
It's obvious. Why did you come here?
Because I'm a doctor and you're a patient. You don't believe it, Mrs. Way, but you've lived with your hate a long time. It seems natural for you to carry this weight of horror about, and you can't see what it's done to you. Shall I tell you what I see? I see a woman whose anger and hate have marked her face, who's old beyond her time, who lives with an illusion which may become a delusion, who feels herself persecuted, driven, and betrayed.
And I have...
In 2 years, you'll find yourself in an asylum unless you make an immense effort to save yourself.
It's not true.
I'm warning you. It's not true, it is. You deliberately let your husband go to jail when you could have helped him. Deliberate cruelty is the mark of insanity in a civilized human being. Whole nations go mad this way. And single persons, too.
And why not? Why shouldn't people go mad? What else can they do? What else can they feel? I know what my husband did. I know how he acted. I lived with him. I endured him. It was my life that was used and broken and thrown aside by his ambitions and plans. Yes. But I'm not crazy. I haven't lost my mind. I've lost all those feelings that aren't any use to me anymore.
Yes, Mrs. Goldberg.
I used to know what love and pity and laughter meant, but it didn't work for me. I used them up, and now there's nothing left for me. Nothing.
Put Mr. Way on the phone.
Give me that phone.
Mrs. Way, please.
Give me that phone. Hello, Edward. Can't you spare a minute from that Orianne woman? I'm supposed to be dangerous to you.
Mrs. Way.
I'm supposed to be crazy. I'm mad. Mad.
Way.
Mad.
Hello, Mr. Way. I expect you right over.
Christopher Cater's diagnosis doesn't seem to be far from the truth. And as he turns and looks at this emotionally unbalanced woman, whatever thoughts he had of Orianne fade from his mind.
Well, over the Christmas holidays the past few years, our Miss Brooks has been putting her time to good use, writing articles for the Western Quarterly magazine. Last year, they paid her $50 for an authentic article called The Vanishing Indian. And this year, they've agreed to pay her $100 for one on the Vanishing Hobo.
And next year, if they make it $200, I'll do one on the Vanishing School Teacher. To make this year's article as authentic as possible, I decided to get my information from a genuine hobo. So my first problem was, where would I be most likely to find the biggest bum in town? decided to try the railroad yard since my principal's office was closed for the holidays. And yesterday morning, my search was rewarded. I met a really loquacious tramp with whom I agreed to divide my fee for the article if he would supply the information I needed. As we walked back to my house, we made a very interesting couple. Me with my new Christmas hat and coat with patch pockets, and he with his broken-down derby and suit with patch pockets wherever you look. But my hobo still couldn't seem to get over his good fortune.
Then you're really shelling out half a C-note just to hear me spill? Boy, lady, it sure is lucky I stumbled onto you. Particularly since I just got in by lower berth from Chi.
You rode from Chicago by lower berth?
Yeah, all the way. Right under a Pullman car. I ride Pullmans all the time. You gotta know how to use your lump of lead to land a spot like that.
Your lump of lead?
Yeah, your head.
Well, knowing the students at Madison, I shouldn't have asked. Your vocabulary is a wee bit different from mine, Mr. You know, I still don't know your name.
It's the Earl of Peoria.
The Earl of Peoria? Well, what do you hear from the Princess Margaret Rose? I couldn't resist that.
You should have. Nearly everybody pulls the same gag.
Well, here we are, Earl. This is where I live.
Hey, this is quite a trap you got here.
Oh, I don't know. In 6 years, I still haven't caught Mr. Just a moment while I get here.
Oh, there you are, Connie. I was wondering if you'd be back in time for breakfast.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Davis. This is the Earl of Peoria.
Hello, lady.
Oh, how do you do, your lordship?
Mrs. Davis, you needn't bother to curtsy.
All right, dear. But would it be all right if I asked the Earl a question? It's a little personal.
That's okay, lady. Go right ahead.
How's the Princess Margaret Rose?
The last time the Earl was in Buckingham Palace, he forgot to inquire. Mrs. Davis, you can see by the way the Earl is dressed that he's a gentleman of the road.
Yeah, a hobo.
My, what a perfect disguise. Well, don't worry. Your secret is safe with me, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty? I tell her he's a hobo, and immediately she ups the ante. Mrs. Davis,
Maybe the Earl is hungry, Connie. Breakfast is on the table, and I know there's plenty for all three of us. Why not go ahead in, Your Worship?
Well, thanks. I won't mind a bite at that.
You can cut the wood later. Go right in, Mrs. We'll be with you in a minute.
Thanks.
Mrs. Davis, the Earl is actually a genuine hobo.
Really? Well, dear, no matter what his profession is, it's nice that you're getting away from biologists for a change.
And I'm not seeing him to get away from Mr. Boynton. The Western Quarterly Magazine is paying me $100 for an article called The Vanishing Hobo. And I'm simply seeing the Earl to get authentic information. Now, do you understand?
Of course, dear.
Good.
Where is he taking you on New Year's Eve?
He's not taking me anywhere. As of now, Mr. Boynton is still my New Year's Eve date.
Well, I thought you said he hasn't invited you yet. What if he doesn't ask you?
Well, then I'll have to resort to a clever little subterfuge which we women use only in extreme emergency.
What's that, dear?
I'll ask him. Anyway, I expect to see him in a little while. Walter's driving me over there to pick up his typewriter and borrow a clean shirt and tie for the Earl.
Oh, that reminds me, Connie. While you were out, Mr. Conklin called. He said to tell you to come over to his house as soon as Walter picks you up. He sounded as if it were a matter of life and death if you weren't there in half an hour.
I think I'll wait an hour and be sure. Everything's a matter of life and death with our principal when he wants me to do something for him. Doesn't he realize that these are the holidays and that we teachers have a right to some time off just as much as...
Oh, there's the back doorbell. That's probably Walter now. Come in, dear. The door's open.
Why is he coming in by the back door?
He probably wants to stop in the kitchen and drop off the bag of food I asked him to buy.
Good morning, ladies. Say, I just came through your dinette. You know, there's a man eating like crazy in there with both hands.
Well, go in and show him how you eat with both mouths. Go in and join him, Walter.
Say, who is he?
He's the Earl of Peoria, Walter.
The Earl of Peoria? Well, what does he hear from the Princess Margaret Rose?
That joke might easily become as popular as the bubonic plague. But to forestall any further speculation as to who he is, the Earl's a tramp who's helping me with an article I've been writing called The Vanishing Hobo. Now, is everything clear?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'm glad.
Where's he taking you on New Year's Eve?
I wonder if this place is wired for sound. Now, Walter, if you're ready, let's get going. I have to stop off at our principal's house before we visit Mr. Boynton.
Oh, I'm not going with you, Miss Brooks. Yeah, I have some errands to do for my mother, so I thought I'd let you borrow my car. Yeah, I have every confidence you are my equal as a driver.
Give a pedestrian, take a pedestrian. Well, in that case, I might as well take the Earl along. That is, if your car is suitable for him. How high is the body from the ground, Walter?
But, Connie, what difference does it make how high the car's body is?
Plenty. I want the Earl to be perfectly comfortable while he rides under it. In case you're wondering whose house this is, Earl, it's my principal's.
Hey, it's not fair. Yes, sir, this is a real ice palace, isn't it?
Yes, that does describe the thin stuff I skate on around here.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks. Daddy's been expecting you. Come on in.
Thanks, Harriet.
Daddy's in the... Oh, hello.
Hello, miss.
Harriet, this is the Earl of Peoria.
Oh, how do you do, Your Highness?
Harriet, you don't have to curtsy.
Well, all right. Then I'll...
And you don't have to kiss his hand, either.
Go on. Let her enjoy herself.
Well, at least could I ask the Earl a question? Of course, it is a little personal.
If it's about the Princess Margaret Rose's health, she's in bed with the gout.
Miss Brooks, how did you know what I was going to ask?
I read tea leaves. The Earl of Peoria is a hobo, Harriet.
Who is at the door, Harriet? Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. What's that?
How are you?
Mr. Conklin, this is the Earl of Peoria, and you needn't bother to curtsy, sir.
The Earl of Peoria. Well, what do you hear from the Prince of Wales? The Prince of Wales? Yeah? Oh, I really do come up with them, eh, Miss Brooks?
You should have stayed down with that one. Did you want to see me about something, sir?
Indeed I did. Come into my den, please.
Daddy, if you don't need me around here anymore, I'm going to meet Cynthia Craven.
Lucky Cynthia. Let me go, Harriet. Follow me, Miss Brooks.
You don't mind waiting here alone a few minutes, Earl?
Oh, not at all. It's a lot safer.
Now, sit down, Miss Brooks. Now, tell me, just what is that hobo doing tagging along with you?
Well, I'm writing an article for the Western Quarterly magazine entitled The Vanishing Hobo, and I needed authentic information, so I found the Earl in the railroad yard. Does that explain everything, sir?
I believe it does.
I'm glad. What did you want to see me about, Mr. Conklin?
Miss Brooks, when I called this morning, I had a little errand I wanted you to perform for me. But I know how insignificant that will appear when I tell you about the reports Mr. Stone asked me to work on.
But, sir, didn't you explain to him that these are your holidays and there's time enough when you get back to school?
I did indeed, Miss Brooks. I was so persuasive, in fact, that Mr. Stone finally agreed to let me split my work half and half.
Half during the holidays and half after?
No, half for you and half for Miss Enright.
But, sir, these are my holidays, too.
Yes, they were they? Miss Brooks, those reports will only take you a few afternoons this coming week.
Oh, well, I don't suppose there's any use in protesting.
And my, you are maturing, aren't you? Now, the other thing is quite simple. Since you have Denton's car anyway, I didn't think you'd mind dropping off 3 or 4 suits of mine at the cleaners. My wife has taken our car up to her mother's for a few days.
Oh, that's all right, sir.
Fine. They're on one of the chairs in the hall. I'll show you. Yeah, they're right over there on this.
Miss Brooks, they're gone. My suits are missing.
Oh, but that's impossible, sir. They couldn't be missing. Not with the Earl standing right in here guarding. Standing right?
Well...
Maybe he's standing outside guarding them.
The dirty crook stole my suit.
Oh, Mr. Conklin, what a horrible thing to say. Harriet probably told the Earl you wanted me to take your suits to the cleaners, and he probably carried them to the car for me. He's undoubtedly waiting in the car this very minute. Now, I'll just open the front door and show you how mistaken you are.
Well?
Why, the dirty crook stole Walter's car. Well, while I was writing my article on the vanishing hobo, the hobo vanished with Mr. Conklin's suit, Walter's car, and maybe even my job. I persuaded Mr. Conklin not to call the police just yet, to show a little faith in human nature. The sort of faith I showed later that morning when I dropped into Mr. Boynton's apartment to borrow his typewriter and wait for him to ask me out on New Year's Eve. I waited. And I waited. And I waited. Finally, with the amazing insight he usually displays, Mr. Boynton asked me the question I had been expecting.
What are you waiting for, Miss Brooks?
The baseball teams to go south for spring training. Mr. Boynton, do you realize there's only 5 more days till New Year's Eve?
Well, that's right, 5 days.
There's only 120 hours, 7,200 minutes. Sounds longer that way. I feel the only way to really celebrate is in some gay nightclub. Don't you agree, Mr. Boynton?
Not for me. They're too expensive.
Oh, they'll rob you blind. Personally, I prefer an intimate little house party. A friend of mine is giving...
House party? With all those crazy records? The wild dancing and the indiscriminate kissing at midnight?
I avoid those parties like the plague. That's why I thought I might go walking with some dear friend on New Year's Eve. You know, mixed with the gay, mad holiday crowds, Mr. Boynton. Walk and mix? Mix and walk?
I did that last year. Came down with an awful cold.
Like I say, Mr. Boynton, there's only one place to spend New Year's Eve, and I wish you'd tell me where. Mr. Boynton, what are we going to do New Year's Eve?
We? Well, I'm staying home. What are you doing New Year's Eve?
Not a thing, and thanks for the invitation. I'll be over at 9 sharp. Oh, before I forget, I came here to borrow your typewriter.
My typewriter? But your friend the Earl stopped by and borrowed it for you an hour ago. I told him a few keys were stuck, but he took it anyway.
The Earl was here? And took your typewriter with him?
Yes, my portable.
With the Earl, everything is portable. That is, don't worry, Mr. Boynton. I'm sure you'll get it back.
Get it back? You mean he stole my typewriter?
Borrowed is a better word, Mr. Boynton.
But suppose he never brings it back?
Then stole is a better word.
Well, I'm not just going to sit around, Miss Brooks. I'm calling the police at once.
Oh, no, please, Mr. Boynton. I'm sure it isn't necessary. Maybe they're calling you.
Hello? Well, yes, she's here. Miss Brooks, it's for you.
Oh, it must be the Earl. Hello? Look, you bring everything back, and I promise you won't serve 1 day in jail. Not 1 day. Believe me. You do believe me, don't you?
Yes, Connie, I believe you.
Is that you, Mrs. Davis?
Yes, dear, it's me.
You didn't call for any special reason, did you?
Well, yes. My radio is missing.
Oh, no. Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure, dear. I have no television set, so it must be the radio. At first, I thought you took it out to have that knob fixed.
No, Mrs. Davis, I didn't take it.
Well, don't worry, dear. That nice gentleman friend of yours must have stolen it then.
Mrs. Davis, I'm surprised at you. I thought you would show a little more faith in human nature.
Well, I'm sorry, dear. Perhaps I spoke too quickly. But Connie.
Yes?
Why don't you call Fisher's pawn shop just to make sure?
No, if the Earl had been there, the pawn shop would be missing by now. Goodbye, Mrs. Davis.
So he stole Mrs. Davis' radio, too. And you still think he'll be back, Miss Brooks?
Call it a sixth sense, Mr. Boynton. Call it a woman's intuition. Call it anything, but don't call the police. Please?
Oh, all right, Miss Brooks. In order not to embarrass you, I won't. But I don't share your confidence. I'm going hunting for that crook, and when I get my hands on him, there'll be fireworks.
Oh, I'm sure you'll catch him before the 4th of July. He'll be back soon. You'll see. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Boynton, I've got to break some sad news to Walter.
What sad news?
That the car he loaned me this morning is now getting its kicks on Route 66. A little more ice cream, Walter? It's no trouble to go out to the kitchen and bring you another plate.
No, thanks. These 3 quarts are plenty. I've already been here an hour more than I expected.
I might as well tell you the truth. Your car is gone.
Gone?
Yes, the Earl disappeared today with your car, Mr. Boynton's typewriter, Mr. Conklin's clothes, and Mrs. Davis's radio.
Wow! That guy collects more stuff in a day than the Salvation Army does in a year. But why would a friend of yours do a thing like that, Miss Brooks?
A good question, Walter, and I'm sorry you asked it. But let's not lose our heads. I have an idea how and where we might find our vagabond friend.
How, Miss Brooks? Oh, I'm just itching to get my hands on that jalopy jipper.
Well, operating on the theory that it takes a crook to catch a crook, or in this case a hobo to catch a hobo, here's how I think we can find the Earl. All right, Walter, let's camp here.
All right, Miss Brooks. Gosh, you look funny in my father's old clothes.
How do I look, Walter?
You're like my father.
Well, it's my own fault for asking. I was hoping I'd look like an authentic hobo.
Not you, Miss Brooks. So with that broken-down derby, you look a lot like the Earl. Excepting, of course, you haven't a 3 days' growth of beard.
I just couldn't wait for 3 days. Well, let's hope my idea works.
Hey, wait a minute. I think it's working already. But look over there.
Where?
That man huddled over a fire. It's him, Miss Brooks. He's wearing the same broken-down derby, torn coat, handkerchief round his neck.
Yes, I think you're right, Walter. Now we'll sneak up behind him and take him by surprise. Ready?
Am I? Oh, for his sake, I hope his Blue Cross is paid up. Let's go.
All right. Tackle him, Walter.
Yep. Hold on. We got him, Miss Brooks.
All right, Earl, do you give up?
Miss Brooks, why are you sitting on my chest?
Wait, Mr. Boynton, Miss Brooks. You're sitting on Mr. Boynton's chest.
Well, so I am.
Why are you dressed like a tramp, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, I'm already convinced you can't afford much for New Year's Eve.
Well, I might ask you and Walter the same question, Miss Brooks. Why are you dressed up like hobos?
I can't afford much for New Year's Eve either. That is, we figured it takes a hobo to catch a hobo.
Well, that's exactly the way I had it figured out. Miss Brooks, would you do me a big favor?
Certainly, Mr. Boynton. What is it?
Will you please get off my chest?
I am still there, aren't I? Well, it seems we were both operating on the same theory to catch the Earl, so...
Hey, Miss Brooks, look. Over there, it's him. It's just who we're looking for.
Where's him? I mean, who's who? Where?
Just behind that tree by the open fire.
Yeah, it's him. Yes, it does look like him. The broken derby, the torn coat, the handkerchief. All right, the 3 of us will sneak up and grab him. Ready, Mr. Boynton?
Not quite.
Oh, that's right. I'm still on your chest. There. How's that?
All right, now. We'll sneak up behind him. And when I give the signal, we grab him.
Oui, mon capitaine.
Okay, grab him.
All right, Earl, we've got you.
kindly remove those pointed knees from my chest?
Conklin, is that you?
No, Miss Brooks. It's Liberace.
But gosh, Mr. Conklin, what are you doing in a railroad yard dressed up like a tramp?
If you must know, Denton, I am only a school principal by day. By night, I have a full-time job with the railroad, toasting weenies over open fire. Now, what is the meaning of this dastardly attack by the three of you on my person?
Mr. Conklin, we had no idea it was you. The way you were dressed, we thought you were the Earl. Just why did you come here, sir?
Because I dearly loved those clothes Miss Brooks' decrepit raffles so callously took from me. And acting on the theory it takes the crook to catch a crook?
Hey, we all had the same idea, Mr. Conklin.
Well, goody gumdrop. Now, see here, Miss Brooks.
Wait a minute, sir. Now, I think I really see him.
The Earl? Where, Mr. Boynton?
Over there, by the tracks, bent over that little fire. Oh, this time it must be the Earl.
And why must it be the Earl this time, Boynton?
Because we've already run out of bums. Certainly looks like him, sir.
Well, yes, it does. Same broken derby, torn coat. All right, men, follow me. When I give the signal, attack.
Oui, mon général.
Over the top, men! Go for broke!
All right, we've got it now, Earl. Do you give up?
Yes, Connie, I give up. Please tell your hobo friends not to sit on me. It aggravates my arthritis.
They're not hobos, Mrs. Davis. That's Mr. Boynton, Mr. Conklin, and Walter Denton.
I can't help who they are. They still aggravate my arthritis.
We're awfully sorry, Mrs. Davis. We didn't know.
Why are you dressed up like a tramp?
Well, I do miss my little radio, dear. And I was hoping I'd run into your gentleman friend down here.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm not wasting any more time. I'm going to the police at once.
I don't think that will be necessary, Osgood. There's a plainclothes detective coming toward us this minute.
What so there is?
In these clothes, we'll be pinched. Well, there's nothing we can do, Miss Brooks. He sees us.
Officer, you must believe us. We are not actually tramps. We are only people...
Hurry up, you thinks I'll handle this. Now listen, copper, you can't get a thing on us. Not a thing.
Copper, lady, don't you recognize me? I'm the Earl of Peoria.
The Earl of Peoria.
Soon to be known as the Duke of Alcatraz. Young man, if that's my suit you're wearing, you may consider it the suit you are about to be laid out in.
Hey, let go of me, Mac. I paid for this suit with my own money.
Certainly. He's probably collecting unemployment insurance.
I demand to know this instant, where are my clothes?
And my car.
And my typewriter.
And my radio.
I pass. Earl, you'd better tell these people where their things are. They want to call the police.
Miss Brooks, is that what you think of me, too? That I stole these things?
No, I don't, Earl. I had a hunch you'd be back.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. You treated me so nice today, I figured I'd do something for your pals. So I took your principal's clothes to a real good tailor. And I fixed up the typewriter, radio, and car. I paid for everything myself and brought them all back before I came down here.
A very interesting explanation. And exactly where did you get the money for all those repairs? Plus the new suit you're wearing.
The money I got was some advance dough and some work I'm doing.
Advance money? For what?
Well, you see, Miss Brooks, while you were writing an article about hobos for your magazine, I was writing an article about teachers for the Hobo News.
An article about teachers for the Hobo News.
And if he can get a photographer down here in a hurry, they'll believe every word of it.
And now, here is Eve Arden.
Miss Brooks,
starring Eve Arden, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Arthur Ellsberg and Lou Dorman, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Peter Leeds.
By transcription.
I've changed my mind. I'm not going on.
Give 1950 credit. The old boy really tried. But this boy 51 will be brighter because he knows about wonderful tide.
From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you a better washing job than any soap on earth, proudly presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose's orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Dick Ryan, Pat McGeehan, and John Holbrook will be me, Rod O'Connor. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, a story entitled A New Year's Puzzle, and it stars Red Skelton.
Fred, how are you standing up under the holiday strain?
Well, so, Mr. Skelton, you know, I've been so busy I forgot to ask.
Oh?
Tell me, did you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, I want to thank you for your gift, too. It's just what I wanted, a bicycle pump. It'll come in handy if I ever want to fix any flats. In fact, I think I'll do a little work on your chest now.
Did you like the shorts I gave you?
Were those shorts? I thought they were slacks and I wore them bowling.
Well, so tell me, how are you going to bring in the new year?
I'll have nothing to do with it. I'll go to bed, wake up in the morning, and there it'll be. Just think, 1951 will soon come in. Everywhere but Russia. You know, I hear it's still 1946 over there. 1947, 48, 49, and 50 refuse to come in. Hey, I got one. Did you hear about Stalin? He called in a doctor and he says, I want some serum that'll make me younger. And this doctor says, well, I'm sorry, we don't have any serum that'll make you younger, Joe, but you'll give the people half a chance, we'll see that you don't get any older. Hey, how are you going to celebrate the arrival of 1951?
Oh, I don't drink and smoke, or I have any lady friends, so I shall just retire early.
Oh, really? Well, shall I help you turn down the lid on your box? Well, then... How will you bring in the new year?
Oh, just stay home and rinse out a few things.
Oh, I see. Say, that reminds me, take it easy on the starch and the stuff
Oh,
here.
yeah? Why, am I getting too much starch in your thing?
Yeah, last night I fell out of bed and broke my pajamas. Hey, look, turn on the radio. Let's be sporty about this tonight, just for old time's sake. What do you say?
And now we give you an address by His Honor, who will speak on plans for the new year. And here he is, San Fernando Red.
Thank you. My friends, and you are my friends. This is a farewell for a year that has brought many changes. It was a good election year. And before I go any further, I would like to thank all of you who voted yes on Proposition No. Some in politics cut off their nose this year just to spite their faces, but it's just as well. Things around Washington don't smell too good anyhow. Some say that in 1950 that I yielded to crime, but I can prove that I've never done anything like that. In fact, since I've been in office, get this now, Since I've been in office, I ain't done anything. And I don't intend to start now. I am an honest man. I came from an honest family. I have thousands of letters here to back up that statement. I'd like to read you some of these letters, praising me for my honesty. But my spelling is very bad, and I can't read my own writing. Let's talk about the future. There is a lottery there is a lot in store. How the present situations will affect the price of Lydia Pinkham can't be told you. I have a prediction now for 1951. And perk up your ears. I'm about to make a prediction. So get this straight. I'll have mine straight, too, if you don't mind. Remember, when I predict something, it usually comes true, so I am about to predict something. Now, let's see, what was I going to predict? Well, we'll forget it and give a little toast to 1951. Of course, I don't drink hard liquor myself. I never touch it. But I will touch my tongue to it tonight in good fellowship. Boy, what a long tongue that guy's got. Get another station, will you?
We continue our celebration for the new year with a number from Dave Rose and his orchestra playing Tumbling Tumbleweed.
You know, these days, some women use the new no-rinse method of washing clothes.
I do, and it works wonderfully with Tide.
On the other hand, lots of women still rinse.
Tide plus rinsing. I'll stick to that.
Yes, one woman uses the no-rinse method, the other doesn't. But did you notice they both use Tide? Because whether you wash with rinsing or without, Tide does a better washing job than any soap on earth. In short, you can wash whichever way suits you best. Either way, Tide gets clothes dazzling clean.
Tide gets white shirts and sheets and table linen sparkling white. Tide makes washable colors look bright and fresh. And Tide wash clothes dry, so soft and fluffy. Smells so sweet and clean.
And ironing them is so smooth and easy.
Yes, Tide takes everything you wash. White things, colored things, light things, heavy things. Tide gets them all miracle clean. You see, Tide first gets the dirt out of clothes, then keeps that dirt suspended in the wash water. So you wring out the water and the dirt at the same time. Something else. Unlike soap, Tide never leaves dulling soap film. So you get a wash that's bright, fresh, and clean. Try Tide. And try it with whichever washing method you like best.
With rinsing or without rinsing.
Either way, Tide does a better washing job than any soap on earth.
Tide is dirt out. T-I-D-E. Tide.
T-I-D-E. Tide. Now, leave it on. There may be some news on.
Here is a recording of a meeting at the United Nations wishing everyone a Happy New Year. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. That was the wrong record. That was the peace conference talk. And so, that is the end.
Shut it off, will you?
Happy New Year, everyone.
Oh, Happy New Year, Rod. How are you, boy?
Well, are we all ready to go out and paint the town blue?
Yeah. I'm glad you said that. I'm getting so ashamed of the color, I'm going to change my name to Whitey.
Say, what are these pictures on the wall?
Oh, there are a lot of pin-up pictures. I've redecorated my room here. There's all pin-up pictures.
I didn't know you could make so many different faces. Hey, you don't look bad posed with that phone there.
That's the Esquire calendar.
Hey, here's something that might interest you. A picture of Mr. Skelton and he's a clown with the Hickenback and Wallace circus.
Yeah.
Look at those funny big false feet he's wearing.
Those aren't false feet. Those are his own. I know. I used to help him wash the part he couldn't reach.
Hey, what do you want to see me about, O'Connor?
Well, look, Willie Lump Lump has disappeared and his wife's hysterical, and I promised her I'd look for him.
Well, don't worry about Willie. He's all right.
No, I promised Willie's wife that I'd find him, so I'll see you later.
Look, he's working...
I wonder where I should look for Willie first. Oh, here's Clem Cadiddlehopper's Fix-It shop. Maybe Clem has seen him. Oh, Clem!
Yeah, here I am. Well, it's a Happy New Year, boy. I got to get back to work here. I don't know what I'm hammering on here, but I got to fix it. Boy, it sure looks like it's in bad shape, don't it? Wonder what it is. Oh, now I recognize it. It's my thumb. Well, I guess my hitchhiking days are over now.
Howdy, Clem.
Howdy. How are you? Can I be of any service to you, sir? If you're smart, you'll say no.
Clem, what kind of repair work do you do here?
Well, don't you read the sign on the door?
Well, yes, I read it.
Would you read it to me?
How stupid can you get?
What's that?
I said, how stupid can you get?
Well, that's pretty hard to tell. I ain't fully developed yet. That's too fast for him. He didn't get that one at all.
How's business, Clem?
What? Huh?
How's business?
Please remove your hat and have a little respect for the dead, will you? If it keeps up the way it's going, I'm going to have to hire another man.
To help take care of the customers?
To be the customer. But it's better than the job I used to have, you know.
What job was that?
I used to be a door-to-door salesman. I sold doors to dopers.
Say, look, Clem, I stopped in to ask if you'd seen Willie Lump Lump. He's disappeared.
Well, no, I haven't seen Willie since he used my bathtub to whip up some concoction for New Year's celebration. He left a whole big jug of it back there.
He makes his own stuff?
Sure, he makes it himself and he drinks it himself. That way he cuts out the middleman. Oh, look who's coming in the door. Somebody must have had a nasty accident. Yes?
Howdy, Clem.
Well, dee you. How are you, lover girl?
Well, Clem, I was hoping you'd take me out to some classy nightclub to bring in the new year.
No, I don't care to go to them snooty restaurants. They always make me wear a necktie, and I look silly in a necktie. especially without a shirt.
Oh, Clem! Where did you get the new pot-belly stove?
That ain't a pot-belly stove. That's Rod O'Connor.
Hello, Daisy June.
Oh, hello, Mr. O'Connor. How chumming to see you again.
Oh, why don't you stop that stuff? Every time you meet a good-looking man, you start putting on airs. Which reminds me, I ought to open the window a little.
Would you care to kiss my hand, Mr. O'Connor?
Now, Daisy June, how dare you to let another man kiss you on the hand?
Well, now, there, don't be jealous, Clem. You're the only one I let kiss me on the lips.
That's just it. I want the same break that the rest of the guys get. And as for you, you overstuffed Hollywood coyote.
Now, look, don't get mad, Clem. Daisy, June, and I mean nothing to one another.
That's right, Clem. You're the only man in my life.
Oh, is that so? Well, I happen to know that by accident the other night I was sneaking by your house and I happened to peek in. You see, I'm a peeping Tom at heart. Or sometimes I peep when I should have Tom. But I happen to see another man sitting at my place at your table, eating peas with my knife and drinking coffee out of my saucer. Now, our engagement is through. I'll have back my cigar band, if you don't mind.
Oh, don't be like that. I want to marry you.
Well,
I want to be the mother of your children.
well, this is silly. I don't have any children.
Look, you two kids go out and have a good time.
Oh.
Don't bring the new year in fighting.
Well, that's a good idea. DJ, I'm sorry we had a little argument. Say, there's a bottle of Willie Lump Nerve Tonic back here. Shall we celebrate?
Well, but just a nip, 'cause it's New Year's.
Okay. Here you are, lover girl. It's just like water. No kick to it at all. It's practically nothing.
Well, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Here goes.
She flew right out the window. How are you going to get her down? Well, do something.
Well, don't get excited. I know what to do. Hello, operator. Give me the Fort MacArthur anti-aircraft battery, will you?
I'll see you later. If you see Willie Lump up, ask him to call his wife.
Happy New Year.
Hey, taxi!
Oh, did you ring, sir?
Well, Cauliflower McPug, the battling bird boy. How come you're driving a cab, Cauliflower?
Boy, I'm driving a cab for my grandmother. It's her cab, you see. It's not my cab. She's skating in the roller derby tonight, you see.
Your grandmother roller skates?
Yeah, she used to be a rattler, but she had to give it up. She started hearing bells and birds, you know. Boy, when that happens, you'd better give up the fight game when you don't answer that phone. I know who it is.
Well, tell me, Cauliflower, you've been fighting again?
Certainly I've been. Ain't you heard? All my fights are being televised now. How about that? I'm being sponsored by a mortuary. At the end of every bout, I just lay there while they read the commercial.
Well, I thought you'd given up fighting by now.
No, I couldn't do that. You see, fighting's in my blood. What's left of it, you know. Did you hear about my fight in St. Louis? At the end of the first minute and a half, I was still on my feet, so they stopped the fight and gave me a saliva test. They thought I was dope, you know. I wanted to win that fight, too, for my kid that was born the day before.
You and your wife have a new baby?
Well, you don't think we got a second-hand one, do you?
Boy, are you punchy.
Oh, you think I sprung my mainspring, huh? You ought to see them rattlers down at that gymnasium. You know what they did this year?
No.
They all hung their stockings up on the mantel, see? And then one guy dressed like Santa Claus, that silly bum, and trying to slide down the chimney.
Well, what's wrong with that?
There's no fireplace in that gymnasium. I know. I carry out the ashes every week.
Cauliflower, did you hear about Willie Lump disappearing?
Yeah, but nothing to worry about. I happen to know he's okay.
How do you know?
A little bird told me. In fact, now he's blabbing off his mouth again.
Hey, look, Bird Brains, can you drive me over to Junior's house?
Oh, sure. You think maybe he's there, huh? Hop in.
Cauliflower, are you sure you know how to drive this cab?
Sure. Whoop. knew it.
Now, why did you pull over to the curb and stop?
Well, didn't you hear that police whistle? They're probably going to give me a ticket for not stopping at that railroad crossing. I heard the bell ringing, but I thought I could make it.
What railroad crossing?
You can't hear it ringing? That bell back there? They must hide them things. I always stop for the train when I hear the bell ringing, but when I look around, it's never there.
Oh, I give up. I'm going out for a walk.
Oh, okay. I'll see you later. Oh, that poor guy. It sure must be tough walking around conscious like that. Oh, there goes Santa Claus back to the North Pole. Bye, Santa Claus. Happy Jingle Bells.
Gee, the more I hang around with that McPug, the more I think I'm beginning to hear things. I could swear I hear Dave Rose and his orchestra playing the Habanero from Carmen with Rafael Mendez, the world's greatest trumpet player.
A new deal in the dishpan. That's Tide. Yes, Tide has really done things for dishwashing. That grease problem, for instance. Tide's death on grease not only cuts it amazingly, but actually seems to make it disappear completely. You work in water that feels fresh and clean, and you get such pleasant results. Why, dishes and glasses rinse and dry clear and bright. That's because Tide, unlike soap, leaves no dulling film. Dishes come out sparkling clean. Yes, cleaner than any soap will get them. And say, if hard water's your problem, forget it. Even in hardest water, Tide works amazingly. Gives oceans of suds that come fast and last long, really stay on the job, and are kind to your hands in the bargain. So try Tide for dishes. Get the new Giant Economy Size Package for more convenience, more economy, fewer shopping trips. Yes, buy the Giant Package tomorrow. And try Tide in your dishpan.
Boy, me tricycle sure can go fast since I make a hot rod out of it. Boy, go.
Junior! Stop riding your tricycle in the house. Now, what did you break?
You know that vase with Whistler's mother on it?
Yes.
The old gal just had a nervous breakdown.
Oh, for 2 cents, I'd make you stay home and not let you ride down to the store with me.
Oh, you going to drive the car?
Yes.
Oh, good. Say, Pop must have done pretty well last night with those parked cars and that siphoning hose, huh?
Junior, your father doesn't siphon gas.
Oh, don't tell me he got those hollow cheeks from shipping spaghetti. Can I drive the car?
How many times do I have to tell you you're too little?
Well, I know.
You wouldn't know what to do if you had to stop real quick.
Yes, I would. I would do the same as you and the California drivers does. Pick out something cheap and run into it. Hey, you know, Pop don't like the way you park that car. He
Oh,
does.
no.
No, he don't.
Well, at least I park better than he does.
Well,
don't I? Well, don't I?
Look, kiddo, if you want to smack me, go ahead and smack me. But don't trick me into it.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go. We're going to... Oh, my stomach. Hey, look, Fatso. Why don't you ring the doorbell? Let us know you're here or something. What were you doing? Peeping when you should have Tom?
Well, I was just about to ring the doorbell.
Oh,
come on in, Rob. Well, what's wrong?
Well, I've been looking for Willie Lump Lump, and I just wondered if you'd seen him.
We never could see him.
Have you checked the police?
Yes, hasn't been booked for 2 days.
Well, you... Well, that was a goodie. That was a goodie. No place for it here, but that was a goodie. Hey, you is in luck, you know. I just happen to know a real good detective.
Who?
Well, don't laugh, but all me buddies call me Sam Bulldozer. Yes, sir. Dean Fowler says I'm much better than Sam Spade, you know. Hey, wait till I go put on my disguise. Now, I'll show you what a detective I am.
Let's humor him, Rod. We don't want to hurt his little feelings, huh?
Well, I'll go along with a gag, but I wish I could gag him.
Here he comes. Now, act impressed.
Well, here I is back. You didn't know me, did you?
Oh, Junior, what a wonderful disguise.
Yes.
I'd hardly recognize you.
No.
How did you do it?
I shaved.
What?
I shaved your fur coat.
Oh!
Now, let's start the detective work. First, I get me magnifying glass. Now, as we say in the skunk patrol, I have picked up a scent.
Okay, now, where'll we go to find Willie
Come on,
Lump Lump?
everybody in the car. Everybody get in the car. There. Now.
Okay, Junior. Now, where to?
Down to Low State Theater. And, oh, be careful. There's a woman driver in front of us. She's going to turn into that supermarket. I'll blow the horn. Boy, she was in a hurry. She didn't even get out of the car.
Now, look, Junior. If you ever touch that horn again...
Yeah, don't you hit me.
Now, how do you know Willie Lump Lump will be at Lowe's State Theater?
Well, he's working for Red Skelton, ain't
He is?
he? Well, there's the theater. Look up in the marquee. Red Skelton pictures, see?
Watch the birdie.
Watch the birdie.
Well, that's funny. They have hundreds of pictures of Ann Miller, Pamela Britton, and Arlene Dahl, but none of Red Skelton.
Well, if you had a jewelry store, would you put salami in the window?
Let's take a look inside the theater. Maybe Willie is in there.
But the theater doesn't open for a couple of hours yet.
Let's look in anyway. Say, Junior was right. There's Willie sitting in the front row of the theater asleep. Hey, Willie!
Get out, Willie. Oh, fat boy, where you been?
Where have I been? Where have you been? We've been looking all over for you. You've been gone for 2 days.
2 days? Well, you see, I came in to see Skelton's picture, and after the 12th time I fell asleep. I'm going to quit this job he gave me. You know, it wears me out. Starting the applause every time he comes on the screen.
This is Rod O'Connor reminding you that whether you wash with rinsing or without, Tide does a better wash day job than any soap on earth.
Tide in, dirt out, T-I-D-E, Tide.
Ladies and gentlemen, Red Skelton.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our sponsors, Procter & Gamble, and my entire cast, may we say Happy New Year, and we know that it will be because God is on our side.
Join us again next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program to the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. This is a copyrighted feature.
Red Skelton Show came to you transcribed over CBS, the Star's address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Abbott and Costello program brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that roly-poly little road hog who, whenever he's stopped by a traffic cop, always says...
Hey, Costello, come here. Where have you been? Hey, wait a minute. And where did you get that suit? It looks like a naval officer's uniform.
Oh, a naval officer's uniform.
Uh-huh.
I should hope to tell you, Abbott, I'm going to join the Merchant Marine. How do you like the fancy uniform? Give it all the gold braid on my cap, the gold braid on my sleeve.
Wait a minute, Costello. That's a nice uniform, all right, but you've got the pants on backwards.
I know. I want to be a rear admiral.
Look, you can't get into the Merchant Marine. You couldn't pass the physical examination.
Who couldn't, Abbott? I walked in the recruiting office this afternoon. Everybody stood up, and the captain pointed at me and he said, "Boys, there's a whale of a man."
The captain said you were a whale of a man?
Well, he didn't use them same words.
What did he say?
He said, "Boys, get a load of that big hunk of blubber." You know, I can hardly wait till I get on my ship, Abbott. Sailing over the bounding New Jersey.
Now, wait a minute, wait a minute. That's over the bounding Maine.
I come from Patterson, New Jersey. Why should I give a plug to Maine?
No, look. Well, there you are. That shows you know nothing about the sea. You're not a nautical man.
I'm not what?
I said you're the least bit nautical.
Oh, I have my moments.
Oh,
I
no,
really
you
do,
don't.
Abbott.
No,
I
no,
do.
no.
After all, a fella can't be nicicle all the time. There's no sensicle in being nicicle when you meet a little cuticle who wants to be nautical.
Oh, what are you talking about?
What am I talking about?
Yes.
Well, last nighticle, I met a cuticle riding a bicycle. I bought her a popsicle, and just as she was going to give me a kissicle, a copsicle on a motorcycle blew his whissicle and gave me a slapsicle in a pussicle and sent me homesicle.
That's enough of that silly talk. What do you mean by coming in here talking about being a sailor? You don't know anything about the sea.
Who don't? My whole family were sailors, Abbott. Even my Uncle Artie Stubbins was a sailor.
What was his capacity?
5 quarts.
No. What did he do as a sailor?
He was on a tanker.
Where is he now?
On a bender?
Now, will you be serious, please? Now, take me.
Who wants you?
No, shut up. I love the sea. The sea is in my blood. Sailboats, steamboats, rowboats, they're all in my blood.
No wonder your skin is so lumpy.
Oh. You can joke all you want, but I love the sea. Do you realize that I lived on salt water for 20 years?
How can you drink that stuff?
No, never mind that. The ocean is wonderful. Did you ever see the flying fishes fly? Or the leaping tuners leap?
Nope, but I saw the dolphins dolph and heard the porpoises porp.
Look, Costello, I'm going to see how much you know about boats. Now, have you ever been down to the docks?
Yeah, I was at the docks this morning.
Did you see any vessels?
Yep, the nurse carried one in.
No. I'm not talking... I'm not talking about that kind of a dock. I'm talking about a wharf.
A what?
A wharf.
Oh, that's cute, Abbott. Now, give me a paw.
No, Costello. The wharf is where the boats embark.
Do what?
Embark.
Woof, 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 woof.
What are you doing?
I didn't know you want to play doggy.
Oh, Costello, please. I don't think you know anything about boats. Do you know anything about sloops?
Oh, I'm crazy about sloops. There's nothing like a hot bowl of sloop with plenty of crackers.
You dummy, you wouldn't know the difference between us.
I'm starting to talk like Charlie Chan.
Listen to me, please. I'm just after telling you. You wouldn't know the difference between a sloop and a gunboat.
That's what my mother made for lunch.
She made what?
Chicken gunboat sloop.
You please talk sense. Look, How about this boat you're going out on? How fast is it?
How fast is it?
Yeah.
It goes 40 miles an hour.
Oh, no. You don't mean miles. You mean your boat goes nuts.
My boat goes nuts.
Certainly. Every boat goes nuts.
What drives them nuts?
The engines.
The engines drive the boats nuts?
That's right.
We got to get word through to Gene Autry. He'll fix those engines.
No.
Little people!
No.
Hi-ho!
I know. Hi-ho everything.
Heave-ho!
I'm not talking about engines. Engines.
Engines.
The faster the engines turn, the more knots you get.
And the more you talk, the more knots I get.
Will you please listen? Knots are nautical miles. For instance, if you ask a sailor how fast the boat is going, he won't say miles to you. He'll say knots to you.
And I'll say knots right back to him.
No, you don't. No. You're a fine sailor. Great guy to have on a boat in case of an emergency. Look, what would you do if you were on a boat and it started leaking in the middle of the night?
I put a pan under it and go back to bed.
No. Look,
Well, ain't that right?
no, certainly not. Suppose there was a big hole in the side of the boat and the water was rushing in. What would you do?
I'd bore a hole on the other side and let the water out.
You see, there you go again. Why, you don't even know what part of the boat from... You don't one part from the other.
Oh, yes, I do.
No,
yes,
you
I
don't.
do. Yes, I do.
Well, let me hear. Let's see.
All
All right, go ahead.
Well,
Name the different parts of the boat.
Okay, the bow is the front of the boat.
That's right.
The stern is the back of the boat, and the starboard is on the right side.
Yeah. Where's the port?
In a bottle in the icebox.
I told you. Look. Suppose you were out in a boat and a strong east wind came up. What would you do?
I'd throw out an anchor.
That's right. All right. Now, but suppose a terrific west wind came up.
I'd throw out another anchor.
But suppose a north wind came up.
Then I'd throw out another anchor.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you getting all those anchors?
Same place you're getting all that wind.
Costello, you are without a doubt the most imbecilic moron I have ever met in my life.
Thank you, Abbott.
That's
and
all
I
right.
wish you'd tell that to my Uncle Artie Stebbins.
Why?
He thinks I'm a jerk.
You know, you hear all sorts of rumors about the cigarette shortage. Theories are tossed around like confetti at a New Year's Eve celebration. Well, I'm not going into all the whys and wherefores, but I can speak for the makers of Camels. More Camels have been made than ever before in our history, and still the demand can't be met. But when you do get Camels, they are Camels. Still a cigarette of costlier tobaccos, blended in the time-honored Camel way. Not one shred of tobacco that isn't properly aged is being used. Camel's reputation will not be sold down the river, no matter what the pressure of these times. Ask for Camels every time you buy cigarettes. Their rich, full flavor and cool mildness make them worth asking for again. And again.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
War or peace, Camel is still Camel. Camel Cigarettes now presents Freddie Rich with a wonderful arrangement of Sweet Dreams, Sweetheart.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
What's the idea of dragging me down here to the shipyards?
Well, Costello, if you're going into the merchant marines, you've got to learn something about boats. Now, see right over there, tied up to that pier, you see 2 schooners and a skiff.
Oh, this must be the place where my Uncle Artie Stebbins was last night.
What do you mean?
He had 2 schooners and he come home skiff.
No. Will you cut that out, please?
Hey, Abbott.
What?
Look.
What?
What's that funny-looking boat over there without any top on it?
Oh, that's one they're just building. That's a hull of a ship.
You're telling me. But what kind of a boat is it?
Hey there, fat boy, step aside. We're about to christen a ship. All right, lady, break that bottle of champagne over the stern.
Lady, what's the idea? He shan't hit the bow, not me. Oh, I'm so sorry. In all this fog, I couldn't tell one tub from another.
Let me at the day.
Get away from there, Costello. It's not her fault. She mistook you for a ship.
I hope I didn't hurt you.
Oh, no, you didn't. You just cracked my boilers and my engine room is flooded. I shouldn't let girls around shipyards, Abbott, I'm telling you.
Oh, I have a perfect right to be here.
It looks like a blood transfusion.
All right, never mind that now.
I said that, didn't I?
Perfect right to be here. In fact, they named this boat after me because I have such graceful lines. My friends tell me I look just like a streamlined ship.
Well, don't look now, kid, but your cargo has shifted.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you 2 guys hanging around here for?
My friend Costello here wants to be a sailor.
Oh, he does, huh?
Yes.
Well, come on, fat boy. Grab that duffel bag and follow me.
Okay.
Oh, put me down, you fool.
I'm sorry, lady. In all this fog, I couldn't tell one old duffel from another.
Costello, come on, let's go. Come on, please. Let's get going. Come on.
Yeah, step right into this office and we'll examine you. Now, that's it. Now, open your shirt, Costello, and let me see what kind of a chest you've got.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Oh, come on, Costello. Open your shirt.
Abbott, I can't. I feel too embarrassed.
Embarrassed to show your chest?
I forgot to comb it this morning.
Come on, here. I'll help you off with your shirt. Come on.
Say, you got some nice tattooing there. What's that picture of that lady on your back?
Oh, that's Whistler's mother.
Whistler's mother? Well, what are those 2 sailors doing there with her?
Those are the guys she whistled at.
Hey, Costello. I see you've got General Eisenhower tattooed on your chest.
Yeah, and I got General Montgomery on one shoulder and General Patton on the other shoulder.
Have you got any more?
I wish I could show you Hitler.
Why not?
I don't want to take my shoes off. I might catch cold.
Well, Costello, you seem to be all right physically. Now, just step in the next room and see the officer in charge of personnel.
On the poop deck, I'm at the end.
Hey, look, Costello, it's Kitzel. Can you imagine?
Well, for goodness sake. What can I do for you, boys? I'm in charge of the CBs.
CBs?
Yeah, could be. Now, just a second, Costello. What are you doing with your hands?
I'm saluting you.
That's a very funny salute.
Can I help it if my nose itches?
Costello, behave yourself. Kitzel, could you use a man like Costello on one of your ships?
Oh, yes, indeed. You know, I've got a ship leaving tomorrow for the Underwear Island.
The Underwear Island?
The West Indies.
Oh, I was down there last summer with a picture company.
In the West Indies?
I was making shorts.
He was making shorts. Oh, I get it. Making shorts. I don't wear them.
Listen, Kitzel, where else does your boat go?
Well, after it leaves the West Indies, it goes to Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Haiti.
And what comes after Haiti?
Haiti 1, Haiti 2, Haiti 3.
Oh, Abbott, this guy is nothing but a big no-bab.
What is a no-bab?
Spelled backwards, baboon.
Who are you calling a baboon? In my country, that means fight.
Well, in my country, that means fight, too.
Well, how do you like that? We're both from the same country.
Costello, quit hogging or Kitzel won't give you a job.
Yes, sir, Mr. Costello, and you know I got just a job for you. We're looking for a brave boy like you to fight man-eating sharks in the water.
I'm afraid I couldn't take that job on account of my middle name is Earl.
What's your middle name got to do with it?
Earl and water don't mix.
Costello, don't be such a coward. Why don't you admit that you can't swim?
Who can't swim? Every night I go swimming after dinner.
You mean you swim on a full stomach?
No, I swim on my back. Last night I was out swimming in the ocean. I saw a school of whales swimming 8 feet above the water.
Now, just a second. How could a school of whales swim 8 feet above the water?
This was a high school.
For goodness sake, a high school. Well, we're going to see how much you know about swimming. I challenge you to a swimming race right now.
You are, Costello. Kitzel is calling you bluff.
Yeah.
All right, Kitzel. Tell you what I'll do. Do you see that little red light way out in the water?
Yes.
Well, we'll swim out to that red light and back. And the guy who makes it in the fastest time wins.
Okie dokie, I'll go for you.
Go ahead.
Well, there he goes, Costello. He's swimming straight for the red light. You'd better be ready to try it when Kitzel gets back.
Kitzel ain't coming back.
Isn't coming back? What do you mean?
That red light is on the back end of a boat going to China.
Tonight, Connie Haynes sings a beautiful ballad for her camel audience. I'm Making Believe.
I'm making believe that you're in my arms, so I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming. So till my dreams come true, I'll whisper goodnight, turn out the lights and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. Making believe that you're in my arms. I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe it's just another way of dreaming. So till my dreams come true, I'll whisper goodnight, turn out the lights and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. Nobody else but you.
On the corner of Main and Catalpa Streets, two men were talking.
So I said to him, Frank, I've been buying from you for 14 years. You've got to give me some camels.
Yeah? Then what?
Stoop down under that counter, I said. Come around here and see for yourself, he said to me.
No camels?
No camels.
Yeah, same with me, too. So I've been smoking this brand and that. Huh. Remember how those guys on the radio used to say, compare camels with other cigarettes? Huh. Now when you gotta compare, whether you want to or not, you really begin to catch on to what great cigarettes those camels are.
Yeah, mild, but boy, what a flavor. You knew you were having a smoke of camel.
Yeah. But I keep on buying camel, asking for them every time I buy cigarettes. Get them, too, sometime. And do you know I was talking
Yes, folks, keep on asking for Camels. Costlier tobaccos really aged and still blended in the traditional Camel way. This is one brand that will not be sold down the river.
C-A-M-E-L-F.
Camels, war or peace, Camel is still Camel.
Costello, this is ridiculous.
We've been rowing around this harbor in the dock for over an hour. And they've chased you off every ship. Nobody wants to hire you as a sailor. And besides, I'm very hungry.
Oh, here's a bottle of milk. Catch yourself a fish.
What kind of a fish could I catch with a bottle of milk?
Catfish.
No. Look, let's go back to shore.
Not me, Abbott. I'm going to every boat in this harbor until I get a job.
Hey, look. There's a boat bearing down on us now.
Ahoy in there, old boat. Can you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?
A dime for a cup of coffee? Who are you?
Oh, just a tramp steamer.
Here's a quarter, Niles. Go scuttle yourself, will you?
Hey, Costello, there's a big ship lying at anchor. And there's a ladder hanging over the side. Look, I'll grab you by the coat and boost you up.
What rip?
Your coat is gone.
Then you better grab me by the shirt. What rip?
Your shirt is gone now. I'll grab you by the trousers.
I'm afraid to ask.
What's coming off down below?
You'd be surprised.
Better get you aboard.
Never mind aboard. Give me a barrel.
Stand by below. I'm sending down the first mate.
Put something around me, Abbott, quick. His wife is coming down.
Ahoy up there. Don't bother sending down your first mate.
All right, I'll send down my second mate.
How do you like that? The guy's a pigamist. Don't send down your second mate either.
How about the third mate?
The guy's got 3 mates. What is this, to see a matrimony?
Oh. Go ahead, Costello. Climb aboard.
Well, welcome to the SS Sponge.
This sponge is soaked.
Hey, you must be our new admiral.
Just a minute, Captain.
Wait a minute, quiet.
What's the matter?
Abbott, this guy thinks I'm an admiral.
Oh.
This is my big chance to run my own ship.
Take it easy.
Here I go. Watch me put it on.
Easy. Go ahead.
Crank up the ship. Let's get started. Put it in gear.
Oh, but, sir, you can't start the ship until you get steam up.
I'll get steam up. Hey, steam!
Yes, sir.
Get up.
Anything else, sir?
Yeah. Batten down the hatches.
But the hatches are all battened down.
Batten them down again. We'll show those hatches.
Wait a minute, Costello. You can't make this ship go until you weigh the anchor.
Okay, Abbott, bring me the scales.
No. Before you start, Costello, you'd better get all your hands on deck.
Get what?
Your hands. Where are your hands?
In my pocket, you dope.
Costello, what about the weather? Did you get the weather forecast?
The what?
The weather forecast. How do you find the weather?
I opened the window and there it was.
Now, this is serious, Costello. Suppose we run into a storm.
Oh, I don't think we'll have a storm.
How about a shower?
Take one if you think you need it.
Oh.
And I think you need it.
Never mind.
I think we both need it.
All right. Come on, Costello. Let's go up on the captain's bridge.
On his what?
That thing over there is the captain's bridge.
For goodness sakes, how does he get that big thing in his mouth?
Pardon me, sir, but we'd better not set sail. The barometer is falling.
Well, pick it up and let's get going. Avast, you slobs! Swabs! Larboard the mainsail, raise the jib sail, lower the sheets, and change the bedspread.
Well, we're moving, Costello. Isn't this wonderful? Here we go over the bounding waves. Up and down. Up and down. Up and down. Up and down. Stop the boat. Stop the boat.
Stop the boat, Abbott! Stop the boat!
What's the matter with you?
Something terrible is going to happen.
How do you know? Are you psychic?
No, I'm seasick.
You'll be all right in a minute. Let's take a walk around the deck.
Hey, Abbott.
What?
Isn't the air wonderful?
What do you mean?
What's that little coop up on top of the ship?
That's the crow's nest.
The crow's nest?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go up and take a peek at the little darlings.
Oh, please. There are no crows up there.
Then what are those big birds flying around up there?
Those are gulls.
How can you tell the gulls from the boys?
No. Come on, please, Costello, please.
Well, wait a minute. I mean, I want to climb up in that crow's nest and gather some eggs.
There are no eggs in that crow's nest.
There must be. A couple of them just dropped after that last gag.
Look, please, forget about the eggs.
I wish I was an egg.
What do you mean? Now, take it easy. Please.
Recitation.
Now, wait a minute. Look.
Recitation.
Just a minute. Look. Now, be careful what you're saying.
I'd like to be a little egg sitting in a tree. When you'd walk by, I'd break myself and splatter thee with me. Some yolk.
Yes, plenty. Costello, please, cut that kind of stuff out. Well, I think I'll go below and get something to eat.
Where do I eat?
Well, you can mess with the captain's wife.
Not me. I ain't messing with nobody's wife.
Oh, pardon me, sir. We'll have to turn back. We're going to run into a squall.
A squall? What's an Indian's wife doing out here in the ocean?
Costello, look. There's something looming up ahead of us in the fog. Hey, do you see it? Something looming up ahead of us in the fog.
Yeah. He's trying to run into us.
Yes.
Hey, you! Don't you know the rules of the sea? Get out of the way. Do you want us to run into us? What do you mean run into you? This is a lighthouse. Well, get it out of the way. You're on the wrong side of the street anyway. And dim your lights. You're blinding me.
Costello, you'd better let me take that wheel before we're all killed.
Don't you get worried, Abbott. Don't you worry. I can steer this boat. I know every rock along this coast. That must be a strange one. Hey.
Costello. What? I think you struck a reef.
A what?
Reef.
You were barking much better in the first spot. Hey, we're moving again.
Look out, Costello. There's a little fishing boat dead ahead.
Fresh clams at 25 cents a dozen. Fresh clams at 25 cents a dozen. Clam a chowder, 10 cents a bowl. Clam a chowder. Hey, Abbott, get me some crackers. I'm in the sloop again.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Lieutenant Everett E. Pruitt of Monday, Texas. In one night, he led a patrol across the Roar River, through minefields and into Siegfried Line positions. He brought back 3 wounded men under machine gun and artillery fire, and single-handed fought off 8 Germans with a rifle and hand grenades until the wounded men were safely away. In your honor, Lieutenant Pruitt, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with the Good Neighbor policy also to Central and South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now here, Bud and Lou back with a final word.
Say, Costello.
Yeah.
Did you know that your kid brother Sebastian was sitting in the control room all through the show tonight?
Yeah? What's she doing in there? I'm going to find out. Hey, Sebastian. Come on out here.
Hello, Uncle Bud. Hello, Louie. I came down here tonight to ask you guys to do me a favor.
Well, what's on my mind? I mean, what's on your mind? Abbott, if I'm going to play these double parts, I want more money.
Come on, Sebastian. What do you want?
Well, Uncle Bud, I'm thinking of starting a program of my own. And I got a couple of good guys to help me do it, Midgie Shields and Tommy Lamb. And we want to put on a nice program. Now, you know all the big shots in radio. You can help me.
Well, we'd like to help you, Sebastian, but really, we don't know anybody.
Don't give me that. I heard this program tonight. You must know somebody.
Now, look, Sebastian, I'm surprised at you to think that you would come out here on this microphone and deliberately try to discredit the acting ability of your brother Lou and myself. How can you be so ungrateful? What in the world is the matter with you?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Good night, folks.
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
A suburban railroad station. 2 men go into the smoking car.
As I was saying, George, that's one of the best-looking pipes I've ever seen.
Beauty, isn't it? My son Tommy, the one of the 8th Air Force, he's home on furlough. Brought me this from London, but,
Yes?
Well, I hate to hate the kid's feelings, but the goddamn thing burns my tongue brutally. If it only smoked as good as it looked.
Why, oh, why doesn't someone tell the grieving gentleman about Prince Albert smoking tobacco? Real He-Man tobacco flavor and yet gentle to the tongue as a mother with her babe. No bite treated to take out all the bite and parch. Crimp cut, too, for perfect packing, smooth drawing, even burning. And a bargain. Just about 50 pipefuls in one regular 2-ounce Prince Albert package.
The Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood, wishing you all a pleasant good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hand. H-A-N-D.
Ham? Oh, that's me, huh?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho meets our first contestants in just 1 minute.
Henderson,
Olsen,
and me. We're the NBC Bandstand Tree.
We sing,
And we play, and we keep things gay on NBC Bandstand every day. That's Henderson,
Olsen,
and me. The latest hit tunes,
and old favorites, too.
games, gags, and guest stars to entertain you. Olsen sings the songs you love, we found. Henderson makes the big band sound.
We're live.
We're fun. The blues will run. From Henderson,
Olsen,
and me. Enjoy 90 wonderful minutes of music and fun with Skitch Henderson and the band of stars, Dorothy Olsen and me, Bert Parks, MC, live on NBC Bandstand weekday mornings over most of these stations. From Henderson,
Olsen,
and me, we're the NBC Bandstand 3. From Henderson,
Olsen,
and me, we're the NBC Bandstand. Here he is, the one, the only.
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. George, who's first?
Groucho, I'd like you to meet Angeline Papadakis and Joseph Interligi. So both you in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you each take home an extra $50. It's a common word, something you see every day. Angelina Papadakis and Joseph Interligi, huh? Papadakis and Interligi, it sounds like an intersection in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I can just hear a young couple saying, I'll meet you at 3 o'clock in the morning at Papadakis and Interligi. And be sure to bring your switchblade.
My name is Joseph Interligi. Interliggi.
You can spell it, too. Can you spell it?
No, I'm sorry, I can't.
Angelina, why are you sorry that you can't spell it? You ought to be very happy about it. Angelina, you're taller than Joe, so I'll start with you. I assume Papadakis is a Greek name, is that right?
That's right.
So I'll dispense with that question. Now, what part of Guatemala are you from?
I'm from Enid, Oklahoma.
Are you married?
Yes, I'm married.
Oh, how did you meet Mr. Papadakis?
Well, I met him at a Greek baptism. And my future husband, was a godfather. So he was spending all his time with me from then on. And my father-in-law wanted him back in San Pedro to tend to business and not in Los Angeles. So he says, hurry up and marry her and get her over with.
Well, what business is your father-in-law in?
Well, he has 5 liquor stores.
And who runs these stores?
Oh, my husband.
Well, would you have married him if he'd had 5 grocery stores?
Well, I would have married him if he had 5 banks.
Well, that I can understand. Angeline, what keeps you busy? Do you work around the 5 liquor stores, or do you confine your activities to housework?
Well, I have a husband and 3 boys to take care of in my house. But in the evening, I go to university and I take extension courses.
You take care of 3 kids all day and you still had strength enough to go to night school? What's the reason for the evening courses? Are you getting ready with a good sideline in case Prohibition comes back?
No, I'm going to work for a BA and then a master's and eventually a PhD.
Mm-hmm. That's very impressive. What do you want to be, finally, ultimately?
Ultimately?
Eventually.
A writer.
A writer, huh? All the writers I know would rather be in the liquor business. Now then, Mr. Interleggy.
My name no Mr. Interleggy, Mr. Gratchman. My name is Joseph Interleggy. Interliggi.
You know, I'm getting so that I can spell it now, too. Well, let's find out some facts about you. Are you of Italian descent?
My father and mother are.
Well, where were you born?
Amman, Indiana.
Where?
Amman, Indiana.
What is it like in Amman, Indiana?
I don't know, Bob, because I was young.
Well, is it anything like it is in Muncie, Indiana?
Well, I can't remember because I go away from Amman, Indiana to Cleveland, Ohio when I was 4 years old.
You went to Cleveland when you were 4 years old?
That's right.
Where'd you go, for the World Series?
No, from Cleveland, Ohio, Daddy and Mama taking me to Sicily.
Oh. How long were you in Italy?
16 years.
Oh.
I'm from Sicily.
Sicily.
C-I...
You spell Sicily.
Well, C-I...
So far, you're spelling Chicago. Cincinnati.
Energy, please.
S-I-C...
S-I-C...
I-N-T-E-I-L-E-G-G-I. Sissy Interleggy, yeah? Now, what did you do in Sicily, Joe? Did you have a job there?
Yes, I have.
What did you do?
Well, when I was the age 8 years old, like I say, when Daddy took me to Sicily, I used to take my shoes off and socks and mix the clay on my feet. And started to mix the clay. And the age 11 years old already, I was profession to make 1,000 brick every day.
You made 1,000 brick every day?
That's right. And when I was at the age of 14 years old, I have a 7-man under me.
Were you working in a cemetery then?
I used to work in my farm.
That's an old joke, Joe, but that's a very grave situation, having a cemetery. This is on a very intellectual plane, this conversation, and I hate to change it for one as sordid as money, but I know you want to get a crack at the big money, so we're going to play You Bet Your Life. And remember, Joe, you're partners.
Yes.
She's a college girl, so before you answer, you discuss it with the lady over there.
All right.
All right, you selected facts about presidents. I'll ask you some questions. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. What musical composition is traditionally played upon the entrance of the president? Talk it over. Talk it over.
Hail the Chief.
Hail to the Chief is right.
That's 1 right.
Now then, what president was originally a very successful mining engineer?
Herbert Hoover.
Herbert Hoover is right.
That's 2 right.
What president was nicknamed Old Hickory?
Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson is right.
Get the next one right, and you have $1,000.
Oh, boy!
That's not a very dignified attitude for a mother. In what city was George Washington inaugurated?
New York.
New York City. There's no use fooling around with her. She knows all the answers.
And you got 4 in a row, so you won $1,000.
Well, you won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back later and at the back end of the show and try to double your money. You may even get a crack at $10,000. And no matter what you decide to do, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Arrivederci.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
Thanks for your carefulness. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bob Hope speaking for the National Safety Council, and I just want to say thanks for the memory of winters you have spent without an accident. Your eyes and mind are never blind for all your care is meant, and we thank you so much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you drive with extra care in the wintertime, take a bow. And take a special tip from the National Safety Council. Poor visibility is a great winter driving hazard. Keep your lights, windshield wiper, blades, and defroster in good condition. Keep the icicles off your eyelashes. And see your way through the winter safely. Thanks to your carefulness, you'll keep your winter free of traffic tragedies. And it pays you so much.
Mitzi Lynn and Ralph Barry are waiting to talk to you now, so won't you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mitzi Lynn and Ralph Barry, is that right? Where are you from, Mitzi?
Well, I was born in Trenton, New Jersey. I lived part of my life in Long Branch, New Jersey, which is a summer resort.
Mm-hmm.
Then came to California with my parents, and now I'm living in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, are you married?
Yes, I am.
How long you been married?
11 years.
11 years. You don't look as though you've been married a day more than 2 years. Do you realize that?
You don't mean that.
No, I don't. Occasionally I tell little white lies up there. Well, you're a very young-looking woman, anyhow. What does your husband do?
Well, during the week he's a barber, but on the weekends he plays drums.
In the barber shop?
No.
He plays drums on weekends, huh?
Yes.
I guess on weekends it's a relief to look at some skin that doesn't have hair on it. Take your time. We have no place to go. Mr. Barry, there's something familiar about you. You're somebody I should know. Let's see. Barry. Let's see. Is it Straw?
No.
Huckle?
No.
Goose?
No.
Raz?
I'm Wild Red Barry, the professional wrestler.
Wild Red Barry? I never heard of him. I know who you are, Red. I knew it all the time. I've never seen you wrestle, but I'd like to go to one of your rehearsals sometime. Red, I'm going to ask you a straightforward question, and I expect a crooked answer. Now tell me, is wrestling really fixed?
No.
I knew I'd get the truth out of it. Now, Red, if you can throw these other wrestlers around like you throw the bull, you should be the greatest wrestler in the world. Have you ever thought of that?
I am the greatest wrestler in all the world.
You are. On what basis do you make this modest claim? Have you ever won anything of importance? I mean, in the ring.
Groucho, for your information and edification, I was world's light heavyweight wrestling champion 3 times. I was junior heavyweight champion of the world 1 time. I was champion of all Texas. I was Central States heavyweight wrestling champion and Heart of America heavyweight wrestling champion. Is that sufficient evidence?
How do you account for your success, Red? You don't seem to be particularly large and muscular. How can you beat all these gorillas? Are you better at memorizing the script?
Because of my brilliant intellect. Because I cause my opponents to proceed into a state of bewilderment, genuine uncertainty, and disturbing sense of inferiority, and on the horns of the dilemma, and I paralyze, pulverize, terrorize, demoralize, eradicate, destroy, demolish, ostracize, and drive him to the sodden depths of despair, and right to the mat.
You just talk him to death, is that it? Have you had any mishaps in the ring? I mean, have you ever had any bad bruises?
I have had my ribs broke, my collarbone, my shoulders, my hands are broke up, my teeth knocked off. Had enough.
Wait a minute. You said the secret word. Okay, Ducky. Up in the bird nest. You said the secret word, so you win $50. With the conversation you were making there, you were bound to say the secret word. And the other words. Now tell us what happened to you. What have you broken in the ring?
I've had my ribs broke, my collarbone, my shoulders, my hands are broken up, my teeth knocked off. I've had enough stitches in this eye here to make Grandma a quilt. And I had my neck broke and my back broken.
Well, Red, now I remember where I've seen you. You were hanging up in a meat market. Now, how can you have all these broken bones and still say that you're in good physical shape?
Why? Because medical authorities tell me at Mayo Clinic in Research, Kansas City, where I go through every year, that I'm a specimen of physical perfection. And I'm just like a 16-year-old boy. I have the proclivity and the endurance, the stamina, an orderly mind, tiger-sharp brain, and split-second accuracy, and all the attributes that it takes to be in physical condition.
This is what the doctor told you at Mayo?
He told me that. He says, you have it, boy.
And how soon after that did they take the doctor away? Well, you know, I'm astonished that a man of action can be so articulate. How do you account for this streak of Demosthenes here?
Due to the fact, Groucho, the cause of so much misunderstanding in this old world is the fact that people are not able to express themselves adequately, and convincingly, and expressively. So I've made it a habit and took plenty of time out so that people can understand just exactly what I have to say, so that even the most stupid dolt among them may understand what I have to say.
Well, why are you looking at me that way? Fred, I would never suspect that you had such a sensitive nature. Do you have any examples of your tender side that
Yes.
you care to give us?
Gotcho, I'm glad you said that, because no one will ever know when that little black drop will fall from an angel's trembling pen and stain that final unfinished paragraph in the book of life. So if with pleasure you are viewing any work a man is doing, if you like him or you love him, let him know it. Do not withhold your approbation until that pastor makes oration, and he lies with snow white lilies o'er his brow. For it makes no difference how loud you shout it. He'll never care about it, for he'll never know how many teardrops that you shed. So if you feel there's some praise due him, now's the time to shoot it to him, because he cannot read his tombstone when he's dead.
If you don't get the Pulitzer Award for poetry this year, there's something screwy going on at Columbia University. Fred, that was simply beautiful. There isn't a dry eye in the house. In fact, I'm afraid to look. I wouldn't be surprised if nobody's left in the house. Hello out there! Well, this has been a most enlightening evening. It's one of the most enlightening evenings I've spent in years. I'm still in the dark, but it sure has been enlightening. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. Will you throw Mr. Fenneman over your shoulder? No, he wouldn't do that.
I'm glad.
All right. Now, you selected folk tones and old-time favorites. The orchestra will play the tune. You tell me the name of it. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Tell me this name of this old favorite. Play, Jack.
Dance with me, Henry?
I'd be glad, but my name is Groucho. No, it's Wait for the Wagon.
Oh.
You have one wrong now. Don't get the next one wrong or the game is over.
No, I know you played this. What is it, Jack?
Tempting tonight, the old campground.
Well, that's close enough. Tenting on the old campground. Tenting tonight on the old campground.
You now have one right again.
You know what can happen if he goes out of here broke? He's liable to throw you over her shoulder.
You?
Not me. No, I'm sitting down. Huh? All right, what is the name of this old song? Play it, Jack.
Where has my little dog gone?
I don't know, but that's the right answer.
You have 2 right now.
Now, what is this one? Hit it, Jack.
Until morning?
The bear jumped over the bear.
Bear went over the mountain. That's a dirty trick, giving him a song with 2 names. I've never heard it called Bear Went Over the Mountain. I've always heard we won't go home until morning.
So it's always
Bear Went Over the Mountain, indeed. Tell me the name of this old favorite, Professor. What is it?
My old Kentucky home.
No, I'm sorry. That's where the bear went over the mountain.
I think you have 4 in a row, so you win $1,000.
You won $1,000. Give her a big kiss, right? Wait a minute. Now, just a moment. You won $1,000. You can keep it and quit. A bear went over the mountain. Or you can come back at the end of the show and try to double your money. You may even get a crack at $10,000. So go over there and sit down on his lap and think about it. And no matter what you decide to do, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll find out if any of our contestants will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
In Robin Hood's day, that was the sound that used to get the news around. Yes, the men of Sherwood Forest used to shoot message-bearing arrows from relay point to relay point until everybody got the news. Well, a message can travel fairly rapidly for a short distance via bow and arrow, but the system wouldn't work very well for news that had to travel many miles to its destination. Keeping up with events is even more important for us today than it was for Robin Hood's men, harassed as they were by the sheriff, And fortunately, we have the fastest means of communication ever devised. We have radio. And NBC Radio, with news on the hour, keeps us posted on worldwide events wherever they happen, as soon as they happen. In our day and age, this is the sound that really gets the news around. This is Leon Pearson inviting you to keep up with the news on the hour all day, every day, over most of these NBC stations.
Groucho, Mitzi Lynn and Wild Red Barry have decided to keep their winnings, but our first couple wants to tell us their decision, so here they are, Mrs. Papadakis and Joseph Interligi. Would you come in, please?
Interlegi.
You're right. No, Interligi.
Interlegi.
See?
Interliggi. All right. Now you won $1,000. If you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of 500. What are you going to do? You can quit.
Well,
you can go ahead.
I'd like to continue.
You want to continue? What about you, Joe?
You continue.
All right. Now get together and you pick a number from 1 to 10 and then spin the wheel. If any number besides the one you pick comes up, this question is worth $2,000. Mm-hmm. However, if your number comes up, this question is worth $10,000. What number do you want?
5.
Is that all right with you, 5?
Well, I like 8.
Well, take 13.
We'll give you 8.
You want 8?
8.
8, all right?
All right.
Give it a time. The number was 8 and it came up 4, so this question is worth $2,000. You ready? During World War II, a family of 5 brothers, all sailing on the same destroyer, were lost when their ship went down in a battle in the Pacific. For $2,000, what was the family name of these 5 celebrated Navy heroes? Mr. Inzalagi, what is the answer?
I don't know, Mr. Watson.
What's the answer?
I saw the movie, too.
Well,
I don't know.
it's the Sullivans.
Sullivan boys.
That's right. I'm sorry, mister, but you wind up with a total of 500. That isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho.
For the housewife, the wage earner, investors big and small, commentary of vital interest on pocketbook news tonight on most of these NBC stations.
Well, sir, it's about 8:30 o'clock in the evening as we enter the small house halfway up on the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mrs. Victor Gook and her son, Mr. Rush Gook. Rush has just this moment arrived home, and his contorted features suggest stormy emotions. Listen.
By George, it's a horrible thing to contemplate.
Oh, contemplate, wantemplate.
Miss Scott hasn't mentioned it to you?
No.
She will, though. She's bound to.
I doubt if she goes so far as to ask me to give Nicer a bed for 2 whole weeks.
Why not? You've always been glad enough to oblige her before.
Yes.
Why, of course, Miss Scott. Send him right on over, Miss Scott. Not the least bit of trouble. Only too delighted to do you the favor. Rush's bed is plenty big enough for both. Send Nicer right on over.
Is that the way I sound?
Sure.
Well, when is this monstrous big disaster scheduled to take place?
Last 2 weeks in August.
Nicer tell you that?
Not 5 minutes ago, right out in the backyard.
What'd he say?
My traveling salesman uncle's going to take his vacation the last 2 weeks in August. He's going to spend the entire time at our house. Means I sleep with you. Better get busy and sweep up your bedroom. I like my surroundings neat and tidy.
He said that?
He said that, and he said a lot of other insulting junk.
Pretty fresh.
You think it's funny, Mom? Nicer Scott is my deadly enemy. I'd rather drown in the Pacific Ocean than sleep with a reptile so rotten.
Willie, don't holler and scream around. I've had a hard day today, and I'm tired. Get your book and read.
I couldn't compose my mind for reading. By George.
Anyway, why bother now about something that's not coming along till next August? That's crossing your bridges before you get there.
I want to take steps to avert this tragedy.
Oh, tragedy. Rush, for an enormous, big, grown-up high school gentleman, sometimes...
Where will Nicer sleep if he don't sleep here?
Huh?
Every time his traveling salesman uncle stops by next door to spend the night, Nicer gets sent over here to sleep with me. All right, his traveling salesman uncle's coming for 2 whole weeks. He'll get Nicer's bed just as usual. Miss Scott won't send Nicer downtown to the hotel for 2 weeks, will she? Of course she won't.
I doubt very much.
Well, I don't. In fact, I know otherwise. Nicer informed me himself. I'm sleeping with you the last 2 weeks in August, he says. Better start cleaning up the place.
Nicer talk's too big for his shoes.
By George, Mom, let's thwart this rotten scheme.
Listen. Your father. Who's that? Burglars?
By George, before I'll allow a reptile like Nicer
Oh, settle down, Kitty. Gov's probably tired, too. He don't want to listen to wild, excited talky talk and trash.
What are you going to say when Miss Scott telephones?
Telephones?
Telephones and asks if it'll be all right for Nicer to share my bed the last 2 weeks of August.
Oh, fiddle.
Yeah, oh, fiddle. You say what you always say. Why, of course, Miss Scott. Send him right on over, Miss Scott. Only too glad to oblige, Miss Scott. Plenty of room.
Hey, Hobo. Somebody making a stump speech? Who's your oratorical sidekick, Dr. Sleep?
This fella? This is the little man with the green feet that lives on the side of the hill.
He's not very pretty.
No, he's not. Got his face all twisted around like pancake batter.
Nothing serious is ailing him, I hope.
I expect he'll survive. Been over in East Upper's basement?
Yep, and you'll be delighted to learn I covered myself with glory. Won 5 brilliantly pitched games of indoor horseshoe.
Who all played?
Ike, myself, Charlie Razor Scum, Chief Chess Butter, and Miss Harris's roomer, Mr. Sledge.
Mm.
My superior stratagems made them all look like 30 cents.
Uh-huh.
Yes, why is your little sweet flower of a face all overcast and gloomy?
He's sour as a crabapple.
You know good and well you'll tell Miss Scott okay. Why, of course, Miss Scott. Send him right on over, Miss Scott. Only too glad to oblige, Miss Scott. Rush's bed is plenty
Willie, I
big.
said I didn't want to talk about this anymore.
I'm stuck then, huh? I'm going to be forced to share my bed with that rotten reptile of a Nicer Scott 2 whole weeks.
Go away.
Okay.
Papa is curious about this odd conversation.
Just more kids' craziness is all.
Kids' craziness.
Somebody explain?
Oh, Nicer give out some wild tale about his traveling salesman uncle going to spend his vacation next door. Willie
There's no wild tale to it, Mom. It's the truth.
Oh, well, what's
God, you appreciate what deadly enemies me and Nicer Scott are. Nicer informed me tonight his traveling salesman uncle is going to spend his vacation at Scott's, and I'm going to have to divvy up my bed with him the entire last 2 weeks of August.
Indeed.
You know how mad I get when I have to sleep with Nicer. I get so mad I can't see straight.
Yes, and ain't that ridiculous? 2 grown-up high school gentlemen...
Nicer knows it makes me mad, and he gloats over me. This evening he says, "Clean up the place, chum. I like my surroundings neat and tidy."
Well, if you're so soft-headed you let people tease you, you ought to be teased.
I want 3 dresser drawers for my clothes, he says. You better take your cheap junk down cellar.
I'd have laughed if anybody tried to get my gold.
My eggs want to be served at 9 o'clock on the dot, he says. And tell your mother I like 'em over easy.
Oh, he never said that.
He did too say that.
Well, if he's not the smarty pants peanut.
That made your blood run cold, the stuff he said.
Oh, I doubt it.
When is this outrage scheduled to come off, Hogosh?
Last 2 weeks in August.
Last 2 weeks in August?
Last 2 weeks in August.
You're upset prematurely, aren't you? This is only April.
I want to avert the tragedy.
Who feels like a game of rummy? I'm tired of this conversation.
I want to avert the tragedy, Gob. I want to nip it in the bud. I don't want to share my bed with a rotten reptile like Nicer Scott for 2 whole weeks.
Have any steps been taken? Has Miss Scott contacted your mother?
No, but she will. And I know Mom will tell her the same thing she always tells her.
What's that?
Of course, Miss Scott. Send him right on over, Miss Scott. Only too glad to oblige, Miss Scott. Reggie's bed is plenty big enough for the 2 boys. No trouble at all.
I believe I heard her make that speech just last week.
Sure you did. And the week before that. At least 3 times a month his doggone traveling salesman uncle drives by and wants to stay all night. And Nicer hugs himself with glee. He appreciates I hate having to sleep with him. He appreciates we're deadly enemies. Of course, now he's happy as a lark. Gonna have to divvy up half my bed 2 whole weeks. Clean up the place, chum. Get it to looking decent for your good old guest. And don't disturb me mornings. Watch out you don't make any noise. I probably want to sleep late, so maybe you better dress out in the hall.
Pretty flip fella.
What I ought to do is paste him one upside the snoot. What I ought to do is take my two hands and grab him by the
I've had
scalp.
about enough of this excitement and wild talky talk. Who wants to play rummy?
Oh, one more thought before we change the subject, kiddo. Imagine Miss Scott will ask Ashtray to share his bed with Nicer?
Why, no.
You don't?
No, not for 2 weeks. They'll fix up some kind of an arrangement.
Why should they fix up some kind of an arrangement? You've always been delighted to do him the favor before. You've always gone out of your way to assure Miss Scott Nicer's welcome to sleep here. Why, of course, Miss Scott. Send him right on over, Miss Scott. Only too glad to oblige, Miss Scott.
I've heard you made that speech enough times for one evening, too, Rush. When you're age 21, maybe you can criticize your mother. Can't yet, though. Chances are we can run things around here without monstrous big advice from children. You want to play cards, Vic?
Sure.
Fish them out of the library table drawer, then.
You joining us, Chicken Coop?
No, thanks.
I take it you prefer to sup, mope, and grieve.
Yes, I do.
Everyone to his taste. Be consoled by this thought, though. August is a long time off.
Where are you going?
No place.
You're not going outdoors and fight with Nicer again.
I don't want to ever see Nicer.
Shall I deal him up, Dr. Sleech?
Go ahead.
I think I'll beat you 9 games in succession.
Mm-hmm.
That Nicer is a mean little rat.
Why?
Oh, clean up the place. I want my eggs over easy. Don't make any noise while I'm sleeping.
Well, he knows he can get Willie's goat.
Well, there's your tickets. I hope they're rotten. I intend to play such masterful rummy you'll cringe and slump and swoon.
He's there now.
Who?
Nicer's traveling salesman, Uncle.
Yeah?
His car's in the drive.
Talk about angels, and they appear.
Telephone AJ.
Mom, it's Miss Scott. I bet any amount of money it's Miss Scott.
Want you to sleep with Nicer?
Yeah.
That would be a bitter pill.
Mom, I know you wouldn't allow any horrible outrage to take place.
Let's
I
have
know
it quiet. First wants to hear the stuff, answer the phone.
Oh.
Hello? Oh, yes. Oh, really? Well, how nice. Why, sure.
Listen to this, Doc.
Why, of course, Miss Scott. Send him right on over, Miss Scott. No trouble at all. Only too glad to oblige. No, you send him right on over. Rush's bed is plenty big enough for both of the boys.
Which concludes another brief interlude of the small house halfway up in the next block.
It's Duffy's Tavern, brought to you transcribed by the National Broadcasting Company, with Charlie Cantor as Finnegan, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy, Pat Spichon at the piano, our guest, Deems Taylor, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Quiet, everybody. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you late meet to eat? Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. I guess who's coming down tonight? The man who made musical criticism a household word. No, not President Truman. That was no household word. No, it's Deems Taylor. Deems, like in Deems, Dem and Does. You never heard of him. But Duffy's an institution. Deems is to American music what au gratin is to cheese. Look, Duffy, remember when we used to turn on the radio and listen to them dull concerts, Well, he's the guy that used to liven them up with that dull talk. That's the guy, yeah, from the Philharmonica. It was his job to kind of blab about what was going on the stage, sort of a combination stool pigeon and peeping Tom. Huh? Oh, yes, very distinguished, you know. Austere and dignified, and aristocratic, bald-headed. Kid, bald as a bat. He's the only actor on television that can get away with showing more flesh than Dagmar. Well, he's coming down tonight to listen to an opera I have wrote for television. Look, Duffy, a crude, vulgar sound like that don't make you no Deems Taylor. So many people don't seem to like television. Well, let's see here. I better check this opera to see if I made any mistakes. Let's see. Act 1. The curtain rises.
That's your first mistake.
Quiet, Fats. As the opera opens, the Duke has lost his entire fortune. As he comes home from his mother's funeral, he learns that his son has been run over by a beer truck. So, racked with fever and malaria, he walks into his house, and he finds his wife in the arms of his best friend. So, turning to the audience, he stabs himself with his dagger as he sings, "Oh, what a beautiful morning." Well, that part's okay. I just wonder what I should call this opera. What would be a good title for an opera, Fats?
Longren?
Yeah, that sounds a little corny.
How about Pagliacci?
No, it don't sound like it'd be a name that'd catch on.
How about Figaro?
Don't be silly. That's a fertilizer.
Well, we're getting close.
What do you mean? Don't mind when I want lousy criticism, I'll ask Deems Taylor for it.
Who's Deems Taylor?
Who is Deems Taylor? He only happens to be such a big name in the music world, he has his own key to the washroom at the Met. That's one guy that knows everything there is to know about music.
Yeah? Then why ain't he got his own band?
Well, Fats, he's a critic. You know, the guy ain't got no talent himself. He's just an authority. He tells other people what's wrong with them, you know. He can take any opera, say like Tannenbaum, you know. He can tell you exactly how many notes there is on page 16.
Suppose nobody asks him.
Deems is the type of man who will tell them anyway. Yep, he can even tell you anything you want to know about any composer, living or dead.
Oh,
hello, Finnegan.
Hey, what's that you're writing?
I'm knocking out an opera.
Oh. Say, Art, could you use a good soprano?
Who's the soprano?
Me.
Finnegan, in order to be a soprano, you got to be a dame.
Oh, then it wouldn't be worth it.
You were singing.
What's the matter, singer? I've been studying. You want to hear me sing up the scale?
Perish forbid.
Oh, listen.
That was up the scale. Now, leave me hear you sing down the scale. Well, his voice ain't bad, but he's got a horrible sense of direction.
Well, Art, you can't have everything.
Look, who learned you to sing like that anyhow, Miss Duffy?
No, it wasn't Miss Duffy. I learned it from listening to the birds.
To the birds?
Well, exactly. Birds can sing better than anybody.
Birds can sing. What are you talking? People can sing rings around birds anytime.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Take Lily Pond. She can hit an F above a high C.
While balancing herself on a telephone wire?
Well...
Or scratching herself behind the ear with her left leg?
Okay, Finnegan, you made your point. Nothing, the hard way. Now, leave me get back to my opera. Now, let me see.
Hello,
Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. Don't bother me here for a minute. I'm busy now. As the curtain goes up, revealing the second cadenza, our hero enters.
You know, Archie, everything you write always has a stamp of your personality on it.
Yeah?
Your work is always so... what's the word?
Individual?
No.
Unique?
No.
Imaginative?
No.
I'm afraid your vocabulary is lousy.
That's the word, lousy. Now, if you ask me...
I ain't asking you. What do women know about composing music anyhow?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Could I take part in this conversation?
All right, Finnegan. What do you want to say?
Oh, yeah?
Well, that throws a different light on it. Miss Duffy, I defy you if you can name me one great woman composer who was a member of the female sex.
A great woman composer? Joan Sebastian Bach.
Well, her, yeah, but... But that's just one. Let me see you name another.
Paderewski.
Paderewski was a guy.
I am referring to his mother. She was a woman.
What's that got to do with it?
Who do you think beat him so he'd learn to play the piano?
Oh, why do I waste my time?
Archie, you seem to forget that I have a musical background.
Only when you're standing in front of a jukebox. Where did you get a musical background?
From my grandfather.
Your grandfather?
Yeah, he was a musician.
A musician? He was an organ grinder on a hurdy-gurdy. Some musician.
Just a minute. In Daniel Webster's dictionary, a musician is defined as one who produces music, right?
So?
What do you think came out of that hurdy-gurdy? Chopped liver?
Okay, so your grandfather was another McRananoff.
He was better. I'd like to see how good McRananoff could play with a cop chasing him down the street.
Or sitting on a telephone wire scratching his hair with his left leg. So this is what you call a musical background, huh?
How about Papa?
What about him?
He's always singing.
Your old man always sings?
Certainly. Every time he's in the bathtub.
And he'd be much better off if he sang oftener.
Oh, yeah? Have you ever heard him sing Sweet Adeline?
Only once, a duet with a lamppost. The lamppost sounded better. Now, beat it, Miss Duffy. I got to get back in my creative mood. Oh, Fats.
Yeah?
Fats, play me some opera to put me in a mood, huh?
Sorry, boss. I only know the popular stuff.
Oh, then. Okay, then. Play some popular stuff. It may please the peasants.
Just picture a penthouse way up in the sky with hinges on chimneys for clouds to roll by. A sweet slice of heaven for just you and I. When we are home, from out of society we'll stay aloof, live in propriety there on our roof. Two heavenly hermits we will be in truth. When we are alone, we live life's mad pattern. As we view old Manhattan, we can thank our lucky stars that we live in as we are. In our little penthouse we'll always confide to keep love and romance forever alive in view of the Hudson just over the drive. When we're alone, mad pattern as we view old Manhattan. We can thank our lucky stars that we live in as we are. In our little penthouse we'll always contrive to keep love and romance songs forever alive in view of the Hudson just over the drive. When we alone.
Boy, Fats, but I gotta finish this opera now before Deems gets here. Let's see. As the curtain goes up, the Duke has stabbed everybody on the stage. So, not wishing to go out into the audience, he now stabs himself. As he gasps for breath, he pulls up his sleeve, and there, to his surprise, he finds a birthmark. It is a Salisbury strawberry. Egad gad, he yells. I am my own half-brother.
Well, Mr. Archie.
Yeah, Fats?
You want to taste this soup to see if it's all right?
Okay. Tastes all right.
I don't know what it is, but I'll tell you one thing, Archie.
What?
You are sipping it in E flat.
Deems Taylor! Well, Deems, glad to see you back at the tavern again. How does the whole place look to you?
Well, now I know how Orpheus felt in Hades.
This I ain't acquainted with. Have you any other observations?
Well, I must compliment you on one thing, Archie.
What's that?
The way you've arranged the customers in such neat piles.
I suppose you're used to the Metropolitan where they sleep sitting up. But don't underestimate this place, James. You know something?
What?
Irving Berlin himself sat at this very table, and he himself wrote that music right there on that tablecloth.
Oh, that's what it is on that tablecloth. Let me see. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch!
What happened?
One of the half notes just jumped off the table and bit my hand.
Guess it was just professional jealousy.
Well, this has all been very delightful. Now I think I'll go.
Go! But you just got here.
Can you think of a better time?
But we ain't even chit-chatted, Deems. Tell me what you've been doing. You've been working on FM?
FM?
Yeah, television. You should be great on it, huh?
Well, to be frank, I am rather photogenic.
Well, everybody's scared at first. I understand that even when Milton Berle started, his hair stood right on... You wouldn't have to worry about that.
Archie, please, I'm a little sensitive about my departed pompadour.
Oh, sorry.
It's a rather sad chapter in my life.
You're sensitive, huh? Well, then leave us not talk about it.
Thank you.
Not at all. Not at all. We'll talk about something else.
Yes.
Tell me, how'd you get so baldy, James?
Well, I gave my hair to my profession.
You gave your hair to your profession?
Yes, I was attending a rehearsal of an Indian opera. Naturally, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was scalped.
Well, you can't say the Indian wasn't thorough. But I am being a thoughtless mine host. How about a bite to eat, Deems? Fats, take Mr. Taylor's order, huh?
What have you, Fats?
Well, would you like the 30-cent dinner or the 50-cent dinner?
What's the difference?
With the 50 cents dinner, you get a fly swatter.
Give me the 50-cent dinner. I need the exercise. Hey,
Art.
What is it, Finnegan?
Who's the guy with the crew haircut?
Please. The crew bailed out. Finnegan, come here. This happens to be Deems Taylor, and he's very sensitive about his lack of no hair, see? So remember, don't mention hair when you're talking to him.
Oh, not a word. I'll leave it to me. Well, Deems Taylor, as I live and breathe.
Why, you do, don't you? And simultaneously, too.
Hey, Art, is it okay to talk to the guy?
Yeah, only remember what I told you.
I got you. A nice day today, ain't it?
Certainly is.
My, but you're looking well.
Why, thank you.
Tell me, who does your scalp? What's the matter? Did I let it slip?
Talk to the guy about something else. Talk about music.
Oh, okay, music. Say, Mr. Taylor, why do I always get you confused with Spike Jones?
Because you're a jerk.
Oh, that's it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Now, Archie, you're much too intolerant. Finnegan has to be treated with understanding and patience. Finnegan, my friend.
Yeah?
Spike Jones is an exponent of jazz and musical burlesque.
Oh.
While I, on the other hand, am what they call a long hair.
What'd you do, leave it home?
Archie, what was that word you used a moment ago?
Jerk.
Thank you. Finnegan, you're a jerk. Beat it.
Attaboy, James.
Why, say, Archie, this is a surprise. I knew you had a piano here, but I didn't know it was a baby grand.
I beg your pardon.
James, this is Miss Duffy.
Oh.
The piano's the one over there with the shapely legs.
So you're Deems Taylor, the well-known critic.
That's right.
So what have you got to be so critical about?
Miss Duffy, that's his job. The guy criticizes music.
Do you hate music?
No, I love it.
Then why criticize it?
Well,
why don't you criticize architecture?
Really, I haven't the slightest interest in architecture.
That's right. Throw Katrinka Yarbutts' mother out of work.
Katrinka Yarbutts' mother?
She's a steeplejack.
How did Katrinka Yarbutts get into this?
Oh, I suppose she's not welcome just because she's from Lithuania.
Miss Duffy, look, I'm only trying to tell you that my field is music.
So what's wrong with the music from Lithuania?
Miss Duffy, please, let's drop the subject and go on to something, shall I say, more important.
Well, I know what you mean, but frankly, you're much too old for me. In fact, you remind me of my father.
Well, that makes us even. You remind me of my father.
Look, Miss Duffy, you have just been exited. Now, look, Deems, I got a little surprise for you.
Another?
Yep. Yeah, I guess a lot of morons come to you with operas they have written, huh?
Oh, that's right. Where's yours?
Right here. And it's the first opera ever wrote for television. It's years ahead of its time.
I can wait.
But I can't. So why don't you take it over in the corner and read it, just quiet-like.
Couldn't I scream just once?
Well, if the mood seizes you.
Let me look at this. You say you wrote this opera for television?
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to do? Bring back radio? Say, Archie.
Yeah, Deems.
It says here on the opera, written by Archini. Is that you?
Good. I figured Archie was too plain for opera, so I decided to adopt a musical name, a metronome. Well, tell me, Deems, did you look over the opera?
Yes.
What do you think of it?
Well, considering the fact that you never went to school, it's horrible.
Now, look, Deems, you're just looking at the raw music. It'll sound better when you hear yourself singing it.
I would rather drop dead.
Not until the second act. Well, what do you say? Will you sing it, yes or no?
No.
No, huh? Deems, I got 23 more bald-headed jokes.
You have?
Yeah.
Toreador.
Attaboy, Deans. Glad to have you in the cast. Now, here, Finnegan, Miss Duffy, here's your parts. Fats, you're the orchestra. Overture, please. Thank you. Ladies and gents, I am honored to present a new opera wrote by my esteemed self. This opera tells the story of an ancient and royal Italian family named the Pastos and their enemies, the Antipastos. The part of Prince Cacciatore Pasto will be sung by Mr. Deems Taylor, our eminent contemporary and mezzo barracuda. Thank you. Now, the part of his sweetheart, Princess Vermicelli Antipasto, will be sung by the well-known lyric falsetto and popular cashier and girl after men about town, Miss Duffy. Thank you. And now the house lights dim and the curtain rises on the first libretto.
Oh, Cacciatore, how can I live without you?
Oh, Vermicelli, I'm so mad about you.
Oh, Moon.
Oh, June.
Egad.
Boy, is this bad.
Please, Mr. Taylor. Tonight, you are not a critic. You are merely a broken-down opera singer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Granted.
Oh, what a tragedy.
This you are telling me.
Dear, shall we laugh or cry?
You laugh and I will cry.
Ha, 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 ho, ho.
Ho, 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 ho.
Ha, ha, ha.
Ho, ho, ho.
Some tragedy.
Archie.
Yeah?
This music.
Yes?
It's La Donna Immobile.
Thanks, and it gets even better. Continue, orchestra.
Oh, princess. Oh, princess. A man cometh through the forest.
It's my trusty servant, an old family container.
Oh, princess, whither art thou?
I wither here. Whither art thou? What hies you hence?
I come tiding sad bearings, tiding bad tidings. I got news for you. Princess, your old man, the Baron Gorgonzola Antipasto, approaches forthwith. He has found out that you are in love with this son of a mortal enemy.
Oh, quickly, Cacciatore, we must flee. Flee. Stop tragedy.
It is too late to flee, my love. Here's your father now. Well, where is our old man?
Finnegan, you're the father, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, my daughter. What are you doing with the son of the man I hate? Prince Cacciatore, whither is your father?
I wither right here, Antipasto. Wouldst make order of it?
Now, please, no scenes, Pop.
Pasto, I hate you.
And I hate you.
Oh, I hate you.
And I hate you.
I hate you more than you hate me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
We hate each other with a love and Antipasto.
Yes, Pasto.
Didst thou bring thou swords?
I didst.
Wouldst fight?
Wouldst.
Then, sir, on guard.
Ooh!
Stop them, Cacciatore, before they sunder each other from limb to limb.
I cannot, Vermicelli, lest they will sunder me.
Then I will stop them, though it costs me my blood's life.
Gazooks! The princess has run betwixt them. She has just been stabbed on stage left. Okay, Miss Duffy. There's your cue. Drop dead.
Oh. Eek!
Oh, 'tis the death rattle. I fear I have stabbed your daughter to the quick.
No, Pasto. Thee have stabbed thine own daughter.
What, yea, verily?
Yea.
What dire loud doest thou sayest, thou man?
'Tis the truth I speak, Pasto. I am the old nurse, and when the prince and princess were mere babes in arms, I got 'em all mixed up one day.
Thou mixest them up?
Yeah, I mixed them up. I got 'em all mixed up. I couldn't tell 'em apart. I got 'em all mixed up. I mixed them up.
They mixed us up. Then, Vermicelli, I am you.
Yes, Cacciatore, and I am you.
And he is she.
And she is he.
And T for 2 and 2. God
Please! Stop it. Don't massacrate this noble music. Now, go ahead, Miss Duffy. Will you please resume dying?
Oh, Cacciatore, I am dying. My tide is ebbing fast away.
Oh, Princess, per favore, do not leave me.
I'm sorry, my prince, but the time has come when I must die.
Tell us why.
For Gabriel blows his horn at I.
Please don't die.
Oh, Princess, don't leave me like this.
Oh, no, you can't just die and leave the prince like this.
I've got to go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no. Then she is not the only one. There goes Deems.
He's had all he can stand, it seems.
Come back, Deems.
No, Archie, I must leave. Methinks. But first I'd like to say that this here opera...
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed by NBC.
Teal for a beautiful smile. The Life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley in The Life of Riley. Chester A. Riley, father of 13-year-old Junior Riley, is very proud of his son. But Riley's pride is often deflated by his friend Jim Gillis, who is also the father of the teenage boy, Egbert. Right now, we find the two fathers admiring the special window display in Witherspoon's drugstore.
Yes, sir, Riley. That there window is a masterpiece. You get the angle, Riley? It's advertising Mother's Day.
Yeah, sure, I get it, Gillis. And that's a good idea they got, spelling out mother with aspirin tablets, huh?
Yeah, it's a great plug for Mother.
Yeah.
It'll help kids remember the day. Of course, my boy Egbert don't need no reminder. Like some kids I could mention.
Gillis, you wasn't referring to my boy Junior, was you.
Oh, no. But if the shoe fits, you might as well swallow it. Now, my boy Egg White never forgets his duty. He's got a memory like an elephant.
Yeah, and a nose to mash.
Very humoresque. All I know is he already got his mother a genuine imitation leather purse. What's your Junior getting his mother?
Well, I'd better run along.
Riley, you mean your kid ain't getting his mother nothing?
Don't you worry about my boy. He'll come through.
But ain't he said nothing about it?
Well...
Oh, that's a bad sign. Riley, any man that don't bring up his boy to do right by his mother is a failure as a father.
Who's a failure? In the 13 years that Junior's known me, he's never had a better father. Most likely he's got a present hidden in the house right now. Well, sure, that's it.
I hope so, for your poor wife's sake. But you better make sure.
Listen, I trust my boy enough not to spy on him. Where does your Egbert usually hide his presents?
Well, this year it's up the chimney. Yes, sir, Riley, like father, like son. Now, I was brung up to respect the sanctity of motherhood. My Egbert is cast in the same mold.
Well, don't you worry about Junior. You'll find out that my boy's even moldier than your boy. This chimney is small. Let's see. Nope, not a sign of a package. Got some soot up my snoot. I'd better take another look.
Riley, for heaven's sake.
Oh, it's you, Dumpling.
What are you doing in that fireplace?
Well, I'm looking up the chimney to see how the weather is outside.
The weather?
Yeah.
Full of all the crazy things. Why don't you look out through the window?
Well, I did, but I couldn't see the weather on account of the rain. Is Junior home?
Oh, yes. I wish you'd speak to that boy. I'm trying to keep the home extra neat while your mother's here visiting us. But he keeps messing it up. He's so forgetful.
Yeah, he's getting forgetful about a lot of things. Well, I'll have a talk with that boy that he won't forget.
Oh, now don't be too cross. Remember, you forget things, too.
Don't worry, I'll be fair. First, I'll let him speak his mind, and then I'll give him a piece of my mind. And believe me, he's going to get the worst of the bargain. Junior, hello, Pop. Say, you want to hear a swell song? I'm going to sing it in the gay 90s show my club's putting on. Now listen. Oh, okay. How's it go, son? Always help your dear old mother. Oh, beautiful. Always treat her kind and good. I had you all wrong, Junior. You must always hold the lantern while your mother's chopping wood. Junior, what kind of a song is that to be singing about your mother? Well, it's a comedy song. Now listen to the second verse. Uh-huh. Don't forget your dear old mother. I bet. She's so delicate and frail. Bless her heart, she's worn out. She is thinking of you always while she's serving time in jail. Junior, I'm shocked. Making fun of your own mother. The sweet woman who's always taken your part. Why, on the day you were born, when she looked at you for the first time and saw your little red, homely, wrinkled face, did she blame you? No, she blamed me. But, Pop, you don't get the idea of the song. I get it. You're like all the younger generation. Young. Why, when I was your age, I worshipped my mother. I used to hang her up on a pedestrian. Pedestal, Pop. Junior, you and me got to have a man-to-boy talk. Sit down. I'm sitting down already. Well, then get up and let me sit down. Have some respect. Now, listen, Junior. It's time you were told certain things about certain things. Pop, again with the birds and the bees.
Well, there's lots you can learn from the bees. For instance, bees are very kind to their mother. They call her Queenie, and they go out collecting honey while she sits home with the hives. Ain't that touching?
Yeah, Pop. It's thrilling. So what?
Bees respect motherhood, and their mother is nothing but an insect. But you're lucky enough to have a mother who's a human being. I made a careful marriage.
Pop, what are you driving at?
All right, let me put it clearer. Why ain't you shoved anything up the chimney?
Chimney?
It's hopeless. You certainly don't get your head from me. With a head like mine, you'd get the point.
Pop, I gotta go now.
Egbert Gillis remembers. Even the drugstore remembers. Everybody remembers but my son. Well, I'm through hitting. I'm going to tell you the right thing to do and see that you do it.
Pop, you act like I was a baby or something. Always yelling at me. Oh, I'm going out.
Now, wait, Junior. Don't you go away.
Chester Riley. Are you picking on my grandson again? Now, run along and play, Junior, darling.
Thanks, Grandma.
Now, wait a minute.
Land sakes. Always yelling at that sweet, innocent child. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, you big baboon.
Gee whiz, Mom. When I was a boy, my father...
Ah, your father's mustache.
But, Mom, suppose a boy forgets his mother on Mother's Day.
Oh, so that's it, is it?
Yeah, and I know how a mother feels when her son forgets.
You do you?
Yeah.
Have you ever been a mother?
Well, not lately.
Well, I have, and I am. Chester, a mother doesn't want her son being bullied into thinking of her. She wants him to do it because it's natural to him. Or not at all.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But you see, I was thinking...
Well, stop thinking. At your age, it's no time to start.
Oh, Mom, you sound like you don't love me anymore.
I've loved you for 39 years, and now I can't break the habit. Bad as it is. But you're not to nag Junior about Mother's Day again. Promise?
Well, okay.
You're not to even mention Mother's Day. Be like those three little monkeys that hear nothing, see nothing, and say nothing.
Okay, I'm going to be just like that. From now on, there's going to be 4 of us monkeys.
Hey, sis, guess what I got, Mom? Nylons.
Oh, gosh, nylons. Oh, Mother will be thrilled.
Look, hide them for me, will you? I don't want Pop to know I bought a present till Sunday.
Why
not? He thinks I forgot. I just want to show him. Gosh, as though I'd forget my own mom. Oh, the phone. I'll get it, Babs. Hello? Oh, hello, Walleye. What? A new catcher's mitt. $5. Gee, I sure need a new mitt for the big game on Sunday, but I'm busted. Oh, no, Pop, it's for me. What, Walleye? Oh, I said I'd like to buy one for Sunday, but where am I going to get $5? Santa Claus ain't due here till Christmas. Well, so long.
Junior, did I hear you say you needed some money?
Yeah, why?
Oh, nothing. Only now I'm beginning to understand why you didn't...
Boy, I sure could use some dough. I want to buy...
Don't tell me. Listen, Junior, guess who I just bumped into on the corner?
Who?
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus?
Yeah. Well, he's a little early this year. You know, daylight saving. He gave me this $5 bill to give to you. Here.
Huh. You're giving me $5?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, now I can buy it.
Tell me.
Pop, is this on the level? No strings attached?
No strings attached.
You mean I won't have to do like last time you gave me $5? You know, sign a paper saying I'll mow the lawn for the next 20 years?
No, it's yours outright. And buy what you want. And I guess you know what to buy.
Oh, do I? I'm going down right now and buy it.
Tell me.
Okay, Pop. See you later. And thanks a million.
Yeah, so long. Poor little fella. Imagine thinking he'd forget his mother. Look at him, running down the street. You'd think he was after a present for himself. Come on in, Gillis. Coast is clear. Everybody's at the movies.
Listen, Riley, what's so important? You come over my house, yank me out of bed, dress me, and then drag me over here.
Well, I'll tell you why, Gillis. You intimidated that my boy would forget his mother on Mother's Day.
Okay, so he bought her a present. Go on.
Wait a minute. No. I'll show it to you, you wise guy. I ain't even seen it myself yet. He hid it in the closet here.
He bought his mother a present. Very unusual boy. You should have him stuffed.
Here it is. Look at the size of this package. Next time, Gillis, don't go shooting your big mouth off about other people's wonderful kids.
Riley, if there's one thing I hate, it's a father who brags about his kid. I'll be running along.
Oh, no, you don't, Gillis. Oh, no. You started this, and I'm finishing it. I'm opening the package right now.
Look, I believe you. Now let me go back to bed while the sheet is still warm.
Not until you see this present that Junior got for his mother. This'll show you how I raise a boy. Look at that, a catcher's mitt. Just what my wife... There's a catcher's mitt.
Well, what do you know? So the little darling bought his mother a present.
Right. Well, I must have forgot to mention it, Gillis. You know, Peg is taking up baseball.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What team?
Team? She ain't playing right now. She's got a Charlie horse.
Face the facts with your face, Riley. Junior spent his dough on himself instead of on his mother. That's the kind of a boy you raised. As the saying goes, the apple don't fall far from the tree.
Yeah. And this apple's got a worm in it.
Next time, don't go shooting your big mouth off when I'm shooting my big mouth off.
Oh, how could he do this to his own father? After all I'd done for him when he was a baby. The times I used to get up in the middle of the night to change him. Well, so help me, I'll never do it again.
Steele has just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll be back with Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. You know that only Teal, of all the leading dentifrices, protects your teeth from ugly gum line cavities? Here's why. Out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums, and when gums recede, parts of your teeth are exposed which are 25 times softer than tooth enamel. And those softer parts are easily damaged by daily use of toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. So chances are 8 in 10 you are risking those ground-in cavities daily, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives. Only Teal, the modern liquid dentifrice, cleans teeth without abrasives, cleans with a patented ingredient, protects teeth from gum line cavities as no other leading dentifrice can. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their best safely. Follow directions on the package, and remember, large family-size Teal saves money. T-E-E-L, Teal, the tangy, refreshing liquid dentifrice. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, poor Riley was afraid that Junior will forget his mother on Mother's Day, but he's vowed not to remind the boy. Actually, Junior has bought his mother a gift, but is keeping it a secret. Now, Riley has a subtle plan to make sure Junior comes through.
Hi, Bob.
Junior, you see this package? Well, I happened to be passing AZ Swap Shop, and I saw something in the window that's just what you needed. So guess what?
You bought it.
Well, how did you guess? You're getting just like me, psychopathic. Well, here it is.
Gosh, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that's a fancy case.
Uh-huh.
Can I open it?
Well, sure. I sure hope you like it, too.
Oh, for Pete's sake. A lady's manicure set. Now, what do I want with this?
Junior, you're absolutely right. Now that I see it in good light, I see it's for ladies only. Well, if you can't use it, you'll just have to give it away to some lady who can. If you know what I mean. Now, who will you give it to?
Well, I think...
Don't tell me. Just give it to her.
Oh, I don't know, Pop. Maybe you better take it back.
But, Junior, think. Ain't there one woman who loves you more than anything, and vice versa?
Yeah. Yeah, she's wonderful. She'd like this set all right.
Sure she would. And I bet I know who she is. Her name begins with capital N.
Gee, how'd you guess?
Oh, at last.
Yeah, I'm going right over and give it to my girl Marilyn.
It's a losing fight.
Who there? Is that you, Riley?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
What are you doing around here, Digger?
Oh, I'm on my way to the offices of the OPA. I want to complain about some prices.
Oh, you mean ceiling prices?
No, this is a different OPA. The Official Pallbearers Association. They've just increased our carrying charges. You've got to watch your step with those boys. One false move and they drop you like a hot potato.
Well, that's just business troubles. It's family trouble that's the real headache. Digger, there ain't another father that has as much trouble with his boy as I do.
Oh, you must not envy other people, Riley. In my profession, we have a saying. The grass is always greener on the other fellow.
Do you have trouble with your boys, Digger?
Oh, indeed I do. Yesterday, my youngest son, Clay, pilfered a sign from the baseball stadium and hung it in the window of my business establishment. Oh, I was furious.
Oh, why? What did the sign say?
Double header today. Ladies free.
Well, that ain't as bad as my junior. Today is Mother's Day, and he forgot all about it. And today is the day.
Oh, how could he do such a thing? Ah, Mother, serving your dinner on the mantelpiece after Daddy has spoken to you with a paddle? Giving you a homemade haircut with a cereal bowl? And forgetting to remove the oatmeal? Sitting by your bedside when you're itching with poison ivy and helping you scratch? I adore mothers. They're so great.
Well, that boy should be taught a lesson.
Oh, now, Riley, don't spank him. Okay. Approach him from another direction. Shame the lad in front of the whole family. Humiliate him.
Digger, you've got it. That'll earn him respect. What'll I say?
Expose him as a monster of ingratitude.
Monster of ingratitude.
Who bites the hand that feeds him.
Bites the hand that... That's just what I'll tell him. Oh, thanks, Digger. You're swell. You're always straightening people out.
Let's not talk shop. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Oh, Babs, darling, what a lovely blouse. Happy Mother's Day.
Oh, thank you, Angel. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. This is for you.
Nylon. Oh, Junior, darling, you remembered.
Of course he did, Peg. You don't think my grandson would forget his mother?
Oh, of course not. But it's still wonderful to think that he did.
Peg, Babs, Junior, everybody line up.
Oh, Riley. What do you think, Junior?
Say no more, Peg. I know just how you feel. Everybody on this side of the room, except that Junior.
Why, Riley, what's the matter?
Please, do what I say.
But, Pa...
Stay where you are, Junior. Look on him. There he stands. For 13 years, his mother has been feeding him with her own hand. And now he's biting the monster.
Riley, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about a son who forgets his mother on Mother's Day.
Gee whiz, Pop, I didn't...
It's too late to make excuses now.
I'm not making excuses. I got Mom a present.
I don't care if you did get her a present. You should have gotten her... You what?
Why, he gave me these lovely nylons.
Chester, you stop picking on my grandson or I'll bust you one.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Junior, you gave her a present? You really love your mother?
Of course he does.
What a revolting development this is.
Oh, Dad, oh, is your face red?
Yeah, well, it's my tight socks.
Now you apologize to Junior.
Oh, forget it, Pop. But I only meant it for your good. Any son who forgets his darling mother on Mother's Day ain't human.
You're right, dear. Now you give your mother her present.
And I'll go further. Present?
Daddy, you forgot.
Me? Oh, don't be silly. Well, as I was saying before I was interrupted, any son is liable to forget his mother on Mother's Day. It's only human.
Well, Chester, I'm waiting for my present.
I ain't human.
Oh, I'll get it for you, Pop. It's right here under the couch.
Junior, please keep out of this. Hey, what's that package?
Pop, stop kidding. You know it's that swell manicure set you got for Grandma.
I did?
Why, Chester, for me? Oh, you darling. And I thought you'd forgotten.
Not my Pop. He bought this special for Mother's Day. Didn't you, Pop?
Oh, Junior. Bless you.
Oh, Pop, put me down.
Oh, excuse me. I thought you were my mother. Here, Mom.
Yeah, you darling. You didn't forget your poor old mother. Oh, Chester, bless you.
Oh, Mom, put me down.
Riley's will be back in half a minute. Why risk cavities at the gum line? Cavities ground in by daily use of toothpaste or powders containing harsh abrasives. Teal cleans teeth without abrasives, protects teeth from such cavities. Enjoy Teal tonight. T-E-E-L, Teal, the refreshing liquid dentifrice.
Junior, it was swell of you to come through the way you did for me. I thought you gave that set to Marilyn.
Nah, you don't give your girlfriend a present on Mother's Day.
Yeah, it ain't etiquette. Junior, you're a real pal. You didn't let me forget about a present on Mother's Day, so in appreciation, I'm going to do something for you.
What, Pa?
I won't let you forget about a present on Father's Day.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invites to be their guests next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement of Hal Roach. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozlov. Don't miss the June issue of Radio Mirror magazine, which features a big story on the life of Riley with pictures of our cast. That's Radio Mirror magazine at your newsstands now. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, and for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
It's a washing miracle for silk, nylon, woolen, dishes.
What are you talking about?
Dreft. I'll spell it. D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Yes, ladies, and Dreft spells faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history.
That's true. Take lingerie, for example. Why, Dreft keeps my dainty underthings fresher and brighter than even expensive soap flakes.
Right. You see, Dreft is different from soap. Dreft's rich suds rinse clean and clear. They simply can't leave any sticky deposit the way all soaps do. No wonder Dreft keeps lingerie, stockings, new woolens prettier and brighter far longer than any soap could ever do. With Dreft, there's no soap fading.
Yes, and for washing dishes, Dreft is just unbelievable. Why, Dreft makes my dishes shine even without wiping. Every woman knows how dishes washed with soap dry with a greasy film unless you polish them. Well, my dress wash dishes drain dry, bright and sparkling. Even glasses sparkle without touching a towel to them.
Yes, ladies. Decide now to open up this bright new world of beauty for your nice things, for your fine washables, for your dishes. So get Dreft in a bright green package. Dreft, Procter & Gamble's amazing suds discovery that gives you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Next time you shop, get Dreft.
Listen again next week, same time, when Teal for a Beautiful Smile brings you The Life of Riley for laughs.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Hi, Doggy's Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
Well, the old fellows managed to get back the money that Squire Skimp had gotten from them on the lumber buying ruse, and now that they have abandoned Mousie's unworkable apartment house plan, they are faced once again with the problem of finding the best way to spend Dodge and E. Smith's $10,000 gift to Pine Ridge. And once again, the townsfolk have started to send in their suggestions. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum, Abner, and Cedric in the Jot 'em Down store and library, looking over these suggestions. Listen.
If I ain't come across a single good suggestion yet. Have you found any good ones in them you're looking at, Abner?
No, not so far. You know, I believe folks are so disappointed about not building them wonderful world apartments, Lum, that they can't get themselves pulled together to where they can sit down and think up a good idea.
Yeah, might be. You found any good ones, Cedric? No, Mom, I'm still trying to read the first one you give me. Don't sound very good, though, I don't think.
Now, what's it about, Cedric?
Oh, something about taking your car and driving it into a pool.
Driving it in a pool?
Yes, Mom. I wouldn't do it with my car, though, I know that.
Of course not.
Just a minute, let me see that letter, Cedric. Nobody had sent in a silly suggestion like that, surely.
No, you must have read that wrong or something, Cedric. Pushing automobiles into a pond wouldn't be no way of spending that $10,000. You could do that for nothing.
Granny's, Abner, this ain't no suggestion nobody sent in. It's from the government.
The government?
Yes, sir. A communique to the citizens about automobile pooling.
Well, I do know. I reckon why they'd suggest a thing like that. Wait a minute, I bound you that's the way they go about freezing automobiles I've been reading about. First they get them all wet and then they put them in a cold...
It don't mean no such a thing.
Oh.
Automobile pooling just means everybody getting together with his neighbors and trading off riding in one another's cars, you know.
Oh.
That's so folks will save their cars and their tires and save gasoline, keep them running. Granny, that might be a good old Edward saying there for car owners. Keep them running. Believe I'll submit that to the giverman. Well, I still don't think I'll drive my car in no pond. Cedric, I told you it never meant that. It just means you ought to share your car with others. Every time you drive someplace alone, you're just the same as being a slacker. I am, huh? Yes, sir. Does that mean I got to take Clarabelle with me every place I go? No, not Clarabelle necessary. That is, not unless she's got some awful important place to go. It mostly means to working fellers, I think. That saves them from driving their own cars every day. Oh, I see. Working fellers. Well, I'll try to recollect that. Fact is, I think I'll go out and haul some of them around right now.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Cedric.
Yeah. Get right on it, Cedric. That's a good boy. Yes, Mom. I'll see you fellers later.
Yes, so long.
You know, Abner, right there is a good lesson for every citizen of this country.
Cedric, A good lesson? What do you mean?
I mean doing a thing right away.
Oh.
Every time the government makes a suggestion, we all ought to start following it right away, not wait till tomorrow or next week or till it's too late.
Yeah, well, I'm willing to start right away. What do you want me to start doing?
Well, the first thing you can do is nail this communique up somewhere where everybody that comes in the store will see it.
Yeah, I'll do that right now. I'll put it right there by the front door. That's a good
Wait,
place.
I believe I got a better idea, Abner.
Huh?
I'll get everybody on the party line and make a public announcement.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's the best thing to do. You can help me make the announcement.
Well, I don't think I know nothing to say, Lum.
Well, you can say that the folks have got to share their cars to help beat the, what do they call them here, the axes?
Well, now, Lum, what's sharing your car got to do with beating the axis?
Well, it's got plenty to do with it.
Huh?
Let me read you an example they got wrote here in the communique. This is what would happen in a town if the folks allowed their cars to get wore out. Listen to this.
Yeah.
An example from Pontiac, Michigan.
Yeah, Elizabeth's got a relay in Saginaw, Michigan.
Yeah, this is a different place.
Yeah, they might be close to one another, same state and all.
Might be.
Yeah, might be.
Listen to this. Pontiac, Michigan has 26,000 people working in war industries. The bus company has 30 buses.
Well, I do know.
These 30 buses take care of the downtown and school traffic and 4,000 of the war workers. The other 22,000 war workers are handled by private cars. Are you following me?
Yeah. 22,000 of them ride in a private car. It might be sort of crowded, but I reckon they know what they're doing. Yeah, I'm following.
Not in a private car, in private cars.
More than one, yeah.
Then it goes on to say, if all private cars were laid up, the bus companies estimate they would need at least 600 buses or 200 times the number they now have.
Doggy, that'd be a heap of buses, it's 600 of them.
Yeah, and then multiply that by the hundreds of other towns like Pontiac, and even you, Abner, can see that it wouldn't be possible to get up that big an increase in the bus service.
No, I can see that all right. Yeah, could never do it, no.
Well, of course he couldn't.
No,
sir, Abner, there just ain't no two ways about it. A feller's private automobile is just as much a part of the transportation system of this country right now as a bus or the train or anything else.
Or streetcars.
Yeah, streetcars, too.
Yeah.
That's why folks have just got to preserve their cars and share them with their neighbors. Otherwise, the workers can't get to their jobs. It won't be long before we won't have no war work being done nowhere.
Yeah, doggies, we can't let that happen in our country. We won't have no country.
That's right. So ring up everybody on the party line, Abner, and let's make the announcement. Let's tell them that be neighborly and let one another take turn about using their cars.
Yeah.
Fellers live in the same block. One feller drive his car one day, and the feller next door to him drive his car the next day, and they all ride together.
Yeah, but now, Lum, what you've been saying here, that's just for folks in big towns, ain't it?
No, it's for folks in every size town here, big ones and little ones.
Yeah, but I mean, Pine Ridge ain't got no thousands of war workers and buses and all such as that.
Well, they don't make no difference, Abner.
Don't, huh?
Pine Ridge and all the towns like it are in this war just as much as the big towns.
Sure.
And we got just as big a job to do toward helping win it, too.
Yeah, but, well, I mean, we ain't got none of them big war factories like you was talking about.
Well, we have to. In the first place, Pine Ridge is helping furnish something awful important, and that's men for the Army.
Yeah, we're doing that.
There's two Macmillan boys, for instance.
Yeah.
Barton boy and Sister Simpson's nephew.
And Frank Forster enlisted just the other day.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. All of our best young men do.
Oh, yeah, fine boys, yes, sir.
And then the next thing we're doing is turning all the money we earn into all the war bonds and stamps we can buy.
Yeah. Folks around here is doing that, I'll say that for them. Little Pearl says that her class at school is way ahead of the others for buying stamps.
Oh, yeah, good for her.
Oh, yeah, tickle.
Start them out early.
Yeah.
And then there's all them projects around town for gathering up all the old paper and rags and rubber and scrap iron, and all that goes to the war factory somewhere or other.
Yeah. Well, I never thought about that being a regular job before.
Well, sure. And then all these fellers on the farms around here are raising crops and food.
Yeah.
And there's one of the most important businesses in the war right there. Takes an awful lot of food to feed all our boys that's doing the fighting and working in the factories and all.
Doggy, that's right, ain't it? That is important. I hadn't thought about that.
And as for actual war industry, you know what's going on over at Walt Bates' sawmill right now, don't you?
Well, all I know is he's hard about you extra fellas to work for him. I don't see why, though, for the life of me, he don't do that much business.
Well, he is now.
Huh?
He's got some new machines over there, and he's making some special thing that goes into our planes.
He is? What sort of things is it?
I don't know. Walt claims it's some kind of a military secret or something.
Oh.
He ain't talking much about it. But the point is this, all the fellas working over there is got to get to their jobs every day, or that special part won't get made for the R planes.
Of course not.
And that holds back the big factories.
Yeah.
They can't turn out the R planes. It's needed so bad by them young fellas doing the fighting in China and Australia and every place.
That dog is long. I never realized before just how important Pine Ridge was, you know.
Why, of course it is. Get to talking about it and boil it right down. Looks like Pine Ridge, the whole war's depending on us.
Oh, yeah. We got things to do here. There ain't no doubt about
it's the
that.
same way in every little town.
Yeah. Everybody's got their job to do.
That's why every car owner, no matter where he lives, he's got to get together with his neighbors and figure out how to save their cars by riding with one another.
Yeah, got to do it. Yes, sir.
Be a big saving for car owners to do that, too.
Yeah, and it's sort of friendly and neighborly, you know. Pick up your neighbor in the morning, ride to work, you get to talking, get better acquainted. That's what I like about the idea.
Yeah, that's right, Evan. You know, it's a funny thing, but in good times, when folks ain't got many worries, they sort of forget about their neighbors, gets so self-centered in themselves and all. Lots of times they don't get acquainted with them.
No.
Something like this comes along, a war, or any kind of a hardship, a flood or anything like that, and then the good side of the folks comes out in the open, and they start helping one another.
Yep, do it every time.
So, what am I wasting all this time talking to you for? Let's get on the party line and tell everybody.
Yeah, that's what we ought to do. Tell everybody, tell them the whole thing. That's the thing to do. Yes, sir, let the whole community know that they got a job of work to do here and get them started to doing it. Yes, sir.
I ought to have a speech to give.
I believe that's our ring there, wasn't it, Lum?
Yeah, I'll get it. What in the world, the phone got to ring just when we're getting ready to use it. Hello, jot 'em down, store and library. Lum Abner's doing the talking. Huh? Oh, hello, Walt.
Who is it, Walt Bates?
What do you mean, trouble on account of me? Well, I ain't did nothing to hold up work at the mill. Who? Oh, well, yeah, I told him that, but he done what? Oh, well, he's got things all mixed up. I never meant for him to do that. Well, I'll see what I can do about it, Walt. Yeah, I'm awful sorry. All right, Walt. Goodbye.
What's the trouble with Walt, Lum?
It's Cedric.
Huh?
Granny's Ord never told him taking workers with him in the car every time he went any place.
Well, what'd he do?
Well, he piled 6 of Walt's best workers in his car and drove off to the county seat with them to the picture show.
Studebaker, winner of the 1955 Mobile Gas Economy Run Grand Sweepstakes, brings you Amos and Andy. The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, transcribed, and featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Roy Glenn Sr., Lud Gluskin's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy! Contrary to public opinion, it's not all squabbling and fighting at the home of George Kingfish Stevens, his wife Sapphire, and her mother. For instance, tonight the family has gathered around the piano for a musical evening of vocalizing.
I see a smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room. I never guessed that nestles where the roses bloom. Just Sapphire and me, and Mama makes free. We're happy in my room ever.
That was very nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't bad harmony, considering the fact that we had to carry old Gravel Throat with us there.
I wouldn't say nothing if I was you with your obnoxious obligato. You couldn't find the right key if you was the desk clerk in a two-room hotel.
George, that's enough. Mama's got a beautiful voice.
Well, she'd be a lot better off if she'd put the soft pedal on that basso disgusto of hers. She sounds like a pig stuck in a hog wallow.
Now, look, George, this is the last straw. I'm sick and tired of you talking to Mama that way. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
You afraid you're going to ask me to leave? Well, that is a laugh. Ha, ha. It so happens this is my home, and I have the legal right to reside therein. And when I is herein, ain't nobody going to throw me there out whosoever.
Is that so, Baldy?
Yes, sir. Nobody put me out, Big Mouth, because this is my home. And a man is king in his own domain.
Daughter, will you mind opening the door while I abdicate the Duke of Windsor here?
Now, wait a minute, y'all. Hold it, Mama, hold it.
There's the door, Mama.
Now for you, son-in-law.
Mama, let go of my coat. Let go of my trousers. Help.
Out on the land.
Now, watch it, Mama. There's 6 flights of stairs there.
Timber!
Help, help, help.
I'm getting more distance, daughter. This time he went right through the vestibule door.
So your mom-in-law done throwed you out the apartment again, huh?
Yes, and there's 89 steps to the street. The ones I didn't catch with my head, I got with my sacroiliac.
Yeah, well, them is 2 beautiful lumps you got on your noggin there.
Yeah, they hurt.
And with that bald head of yours, looks like a camel squatting down in a sand dune.
Well, I'm going to fix Sapphire for this, though. I ain't going to call it up. I through with her. I'm going to let her suffer.
Yeah, well, explain to me how you're going to fix her now. Go ahead.
Well, now, listen, Andy, every time she do something like this, she regret it. Why, she's sitting up there in the apartment right now, crying her eyes out about me.
Yeah, you're going to give her the silent treatment, huh?
Oh, certainly I'm going to give her the silent treatment. You got to treat a woman like a hound dog. Yeah. Hey, you be nice to them, and they ain't no good. You treat them mean, they come around licking your hand, begging for favors.
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't know about that. You know, we had a hound dog, and Papa was always treating it mean. Mm-hmm. But the dog was always begging to get on Papa's lap. Then one day Papa give in, and we found out why the dog was begging to get up there all those years. He bit Papa right smack in the neck.
Oh, no, Sandy, I knows my women, I tell you. I knows them like a book. Sapphire be calling me up saying, oh, you gotta come back to me. Oh, you gotta. I was heartbroken. Please, George, please. Oh, George.
Holy smoke. If she's going to carry on like that when you go back, you better take a net with you. You're pretty sure of yourself, ain't you?
Oh, you will see, Anna. She'll be calling me. She'll come crawling like a hound dog. She do.
I'll get it out.
Yeah, like a hound dog.
Hello? Oh. Hey, Kingfish. Rover is on the phone.
See there, Anna? There's something for you. I told her she'd call me up, and that's what she done. Yeah, she done call. Oh, I knows my women. Watch me toy with her. Give me the phone. I'll play with her like a cat with a ball of string here. Listen to this. Well, woman, now that you has called me, I guess you what's that? You don't need me. You got a job. The moving van do what? My clothes out in the street. Bag and baggage. Seeing the judge. Yeah, I'll get him then. Yes, Rover. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What happened, Kingfish? Is the moving people going to help her climb up in your lap?
Oh, Anna, she says she's going to throw my things out in the street and sue me for separation.
You know, Kingfish, I've been thinking here. Her throwing you out all of a sudden like this. You think by any chance maybe she's interested in another man?
What, Anna? My wife interested in another man when she got me? Huh. Look at me, Andy. Look there. Turn around and look at me.
Yeah, I'll look at
Women has always been crazy about me.
Yeah.
I got charm. I got personality. I got good looks. You know the old saying, if you build a better mousetrap, the world will be the path to your door. Oh, Sapphire trying to bluff me down. Oh, I'll show her. I'll go up there, pack my clothes, and get out of there. I'll show her. Come on, you can give me a hand up at the place. Come on, go up there with me.
Yeah, well, Kingfish, I've been thinking here, you know. I know it's true about the better mousetrap and everything, but at your age, Sapphire might just be looking for a fresher piece of cheddar.
Oh, yeah. Well, come on in the apartment, Andy.
Yeah, look like there ain't nobody home. Guess Sapphire's out working on that new job she says she got, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, where's your clothes and stuff?
Well, I ain't got much stuff here, Andy. Most of it's here in this hall closet. Let me get in here. I'll just get my lot of boxes in there, ain't there?
There sure is. Hey, look at this one. Benson's Men's Store. And this one here, Esquire Men's Shop.
Well, open that one there. Hey, what is in them boxes there? Open up some of them there.
Say, all these boxes has got men's clothes in them, Kingfish. And they're brand new, too.
Yeah, what would Sapphire be doing with men's clothes in the closet here?
Well, it look like there's presents for somebody. There must be $300-400 worth of stuff here.
Holy mackerel, Andy. Sapphire bought all these presents to give to some man. Andy, you was right. It looked like she done found a better mousetrap.
Yeah, Kingfish, and it looked like she done run into a pretty romantic rodent.
Oh, yeah?
Mike Wallace reporting. Again, Studebaker wins the Mobile Gas Economy Run Grand Sweepstakes. Yes, for the second straight year, the contest board of the American Automobile Association has officially named Studebaker the Grand Sweepstakes winner in the famed Mobile Gas Economy Run. Here's proof of Studebaker's economy where it really counts, on the open road. This year's Mobile Gas Economy Run took 3 days and covered 1,323 miles. It covered every kind of road between Los Angeles and Colorado Springs. Deserts, mountains, open highway, traffic-filled cities. 22 great American cars were entered, representing every price class. All were equipped with automatic drive. And Studebaker once again won over them all, with a record of 58.6 ton miles per gallon. An astounding 27.4 actual miles per gallon. Remember, the Mobile Gas Run is the proving ground for the whole automobile industry's engineering skill. It's the cold-blooded, impartial test of gasoline mileage. And again, Studebaker's gas-saving engineering scored a sweeping victory. Again, Studebaker proved itself America's #1 economy car. See the Mobile Gas Sweepstakes winner. See Studebaker, the car that leads them all in proved gasoline economy. Get all the facts at your Studebaker dealer. And get this, Studebaker is now priced right down with the lowest. Yes, low in cost, low in upkeep. The smart car to buy is Studebaker. Again, the Mobile Gas Grand Sweepstakes winner.
You sent for me, Mr. Brooks?
Yes, Mrs. Stevens. Come in. You know, for a woman who's had no previous experience, I must say you're doing a fine job for us here at the department store.
Oh, well, thank you. But, you know, I don't quite understand the purpose of my job. Why do I go around to other department stores and buy so much merchandise?
Well, Mrs. Stevens, you're what we call a comparative shopper. By having someone shop in our rivals' stores, we can get a pretty good line on the competition. We'd like it all kept on the quiet, though.
I see. Well, I bought all the items on the list yesterday. 2 pairs of men's shoes, a tuxedo, a fedora, socks, and the other accessories. Of course, most of the things are in different sizes.
Oh, you bought them in different sizes. Well, that doesn't matter.
Well, I did just what you told me. I took all the clothes home, and they're in my hall closet. When shall I bring them to the store?
Oh, no. We don't want you to be seen coming in the store with merchandise. I'll tell you what. I'll drop around at your place later in the afternoon and pick them up myself.
Kingfish, explain to me again why you got all these men's clothes from the closet spread out on the sofa here.
Well, Andy, I want to find out what this boyfriend of Sapphire's look like. And I'm going to be able to tell from the size of his clothes and shoes what kind of a physique he got. Yeah, might be somebody I know, you know.
Yeah, that's right. You can get a pretty good picture of him from the clothes, all right.
Well, Andy, we'll start here with the shoe. Let me see these tan shoes here. He wears a size 6.5.
Yeah, but, hey, look at these evening slippers here. They're a size 10. This boy's feet must really swell up at night.
Yeah, he must be on his feet a lot.
Yeah, well, at least we know he don't work for the government.
Well, we ain't learned too much from the shoes, is we?
No.
Let's go on here. What's this here thing in the bag here? Yeah, here's a pair of brown socks here. Look here.
Yeah, and look at there. Size 13. If he jams them size socks into them 6.5 shoes, he gets a nice lap over there.
Yeah, we'll lap over there. Either that, Andy, or this boy's toes curled up on him like the front of a toboggan or something like that.
Yeah, well, I don't know what this fellow's got, but I don't think it's his feet that attracted Sapphire.
Wait a minute, Andy. Here's a sports shirt. You get a better picture of him from the shirt, you see. Let's hold this thing up here. Wait a minute. Let me look at the size here. Let's see. Size 14.5.
Yeah, well, hold it, Kingfish, hold it. Here's the evening shirt there. This is size 18.5.
Seems like after sundown, this boy bloats up all over, don't he?
Yeah, he sounds like he got the all-over gout. Holy smoke, Kingfish. Look at this fedora. He got a size 9 3/4 head.
Yeah, and he got a size 6.5 feet and 9 3/4 head. And I think we better look for a boy that falls down a lot.
You know, Kingfish, with that 40-pound head of his and that waddle on Sapphire, they must make a pretty unbalanced couple, don't they?
If ever I get my hands on this man, I'm going to rip him.
Yeah, wait a minute. The door. The door's ready to bed. Get the door.
Too early for Sapphire coming home from the job. Probably it's a mama. I'm going to tell that old lady what I think of her daughter. Come on, Andy. Listen to this. Now, listen here, you old toad. Can I help you, mister?
This is the Stevens residence, isn't it?
Yeah, sir, that's right. What can I do for you, sir?
Well, I've come for the clothes.
The clothes?
That's right. The clothes Mrs. Stevens bought for me yesterday.
Clothes Mrs. Stevens bought for you, excuse me a minute. Come over here in the corner, Andy. Come on over here.
Yeah.
Tell me this. You think it's him, Andy?
I think so, Kingfish. Look at him. It's only 2:00 in the afternoon, and he's pretty well bloated up already.
He a big fellow, all right. Yeah. Wait a minute. I tell you what I'm going to do, Anna. I'm going to see if I can appeal to his better nature.
Yeah, appeal to that. Go ahead.
Say, what is all this?
Mister, does you happen to know that Mr. Stevens has a husband?
Well, yes, but it doesn't make any difference at all at our organization.
Organization? Holy mackerel, Andy, you hear that? Yeah. They got a union.
Now you look.
Now look here. I'll fix you, you big... take this. Timber!
Kingfish, you done throwed the fella down the stairs.
I ain't through with it yet, Andy. Give me them clothes. I'm going to take them down and throw them in the furnace. That's what I do. Well, I finished burning up the clothes in the furnace. Now I'll wait here till Sapphire get home. I'll tell her.
I'm home. Are you? George Stevens, what are you doing here?
Woman, I have been waiting to talk to you. I want to tell you something.
Now, look, George, you and I are finished. I don't want to talk to you.
Now, you look here. I've been here all afternoon.
You was here all afternoon? Well, did the man come from the department store for the clothes?
Yeah, The department store?
Yes.
Clothes?
Yes, that's my new job. I buy clothes for the department store. They were in the hall closet, and my boss, Mr. Brooks, was going to pick them up. There was over $300 worth in there.
Well, goodbye, Sapphire.
George, where are you going now?
Down to join the tuxedo in the furnace.
What?
Yes, and if it gets a little stuff in here in the next few minutes, don't worry about it. It's only me. That's all.
Mike Wallace again. Once more, the winner is Studebaker. For the second straight year, Studebaker has won the Mobile Gas Economy Run Grand Sweepstakes Award. Studebaker's Mobile Gas Sweepstakes record, 58.6 ton miles per gallon, a remarkable 27.4 actual miles per gallon. Authenticated by Contest Board of American Automobile Association. Remember this, the Mobile Gas Run is America's toughest official economy test for cars. And again, Studebaker won it. Yes, here's the thrifty car to drive. Studebaker's smooth, functional road design with less wind drag and Studebaker's action power engines work together. Work to give Studebaker lots more travel on every tankful. That's true on hills and highways, through deserts and cities, as the Mobile Gas Run proves. And this great economy winner is the style setter, too. Studebaker performance is absolutely breathtaking. And listen to this. Studebaker is now priced right down with the lowest. Yes, any way you measure value, here's the smart car to buy. Find out for yourself. Visit your Studebaker dealer and see all that Studebaker has to offer. It's the home of the Mobile Gas Sweepstakes winner. Home of the really smart car buy.
Oh, me, Calhoun, you gotta help me. This is the worst mess I done ever been in. First time that I ever hit anybody in my life. Why did I have to pick Sapphire's boss? Yeah. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah. Sapphire never speak to me again. Oh, me. Why did I have to get jealous over nothing again? Calhoun, when the man asks for his clothes back, what is I going to do?
Well, that's simple. Give them to him.
Yeah, but I done burn them up.
That makes it a little harder.
Yeah, but the worst thing, what's he going to do when he finds out I was the one that hit him?
Oh, then he don't know who hit him, huh?
No, he never seen me before in his life, but I understand he got out one of them John Doe warrants to have me arrested for assault and battery.
Well, maybe you could get the man to think somebody else hit him.
Yeah, I might do that, but how's I going to get to someone else to think that he hit the man? Well, the only person to pull something like that on would be... Yeah. Say, this is a great idea you got here, boy. You know, I could convince Andy that he done slugged Mr. Brooks. Yeah, I'll go over and talk to the boy right away. Calhoun, you know, when you're in a spot, you is really a quick thinker.
Oh yeah. I always has been. Well, just last week I was driving out in the country, breezing along about 60 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden up ahead I see this little pig run out in the road. Well, right then and there I realized I only had two choices to make. I could hit that poor little pig, or I could run off the road and smash my expensive automobile. Well, I looked at that poor little piggy, and I didn't hesitate for a minute. And Kingfish, I made the only choice I could make.
Well, that was really something, Calhoun.
By the way, Kingfish, could you use about 30 pounds of pork sausage?
Say, Kingfish, explain to me again about me being the one that hit Mr. Brooks yesterday. What is that again?
Well, like I tell you, Andy, you done slugged the man up at my apartment, knocked him right down the stairs.
Well, now, how come if I hit a fella that I don't remember nothing about it?
Well, Andy, the only explanation is that you was in such a blind rage that you completely forgot what happened.
Yeah?
Oh, things like this happen to prize fighters all the time. It's what they refer to in the fisticuff circles as top-blowing amnesia or punch-drunk heebie-jeebies, you see. Oh, Jack Dempsey had it all through the fur pole fight.
He did, huh?
Oh, yeah, when Furpo knocked him out of the ring, out into the audience, Dempsey didn't know what was going on. He sat down in the ringside seat, bought himself a hot dog, and turned to the fellow next to him and said, "Who's fighting tonight, bub?"
Listen, Kingfish, listen here. Is you trying to tell me that I could have a fight, knock a fella downstairs, and not remember it?
Well, then, the medical explanation is that when you get mad, the adrenal gland starts pumping adrenaline through your system. It rushes to your head, and, well, the next thing you know, you was sitting there with a snoot full of adrenaline. That's what you got.
I is, huh?
Oh, yeah, and before you knows it, it starts soaking into your brain like brandy in a fruitcake. All of a sudden, you go, ugh. And you blacks out and start slugging.
Holy mackerel. I really hit that fella, huh?
Oh, yeah, and, well, what made you spring your sprocket was when the fella wanted to hit me. That's when you got mad.
Oh, yeah, I got mad, huh?
Oh,
right.
mad? Your eyes really popped out of your sockets, boy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it looked like somebody squeezing 2 tubes of bloodshot toothpaste. Yeah, you fainted once with your left, and then you brung up the uppercut right off the floor, and that boy took off over the banister like a saber jet.
Holy smoke, my pancreas really must have been pinging. I don't remember nothing like that.
Oh, you was a terror, Anna. I think the crowning blow was when you picked up the clothes and run down the basement and threw them in the furnace.
Well, throwed the clothes in the furnace?
Oh, yeah, Anna. Oh, I understand the Notre Dame football team do that sometime after a tough victory.
Huh?
Oh, after one big game, their opponents left the stadium and the BVDs. Yeah.
Yes, that must have been some fight if I done that.
Oh, great fight, Andy, great fight. And like to say in the fight game, to the victor go the spoils.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure, yeah.
So just drop down to the police station, pick up the warrant I got for you for assault and battery, and I'll see you later, Andy.
Yeah, well, I'll get right down there now. Assault and battery.
Oh, yeah, Andy. Just one of them things. You might have to pay for the clothes, serve 10 or 15 days in jail, but while you were sitting in the clink, you will have the consolation knowing you fought a good fight.
Well, I guess if I done them things, I got to pay for them. After all,
Well, hi, you fellas.
Hi, Amos.
Well, hello, Amos.
Say, Amos, walk me down to the jailhouse, will you? I got to give myself up.
Give yourself up?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, boys. I just remember I got to run down, file my income tax. I'll be back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait a minute, Kingfish. Don't leave here now. Wait a minute. Is this got anything to do with that Brooks fella that you hit yesterday, Kingfish?
Oh, no, Amos. I hit him. I had the blind rage.
Now, look, Andy, the Kingfish hit him. He is just trying to blame it on you.
Kingfish, I feel that adrenaline snapped at my liver again.
Now, look, Andy, wait a minute. Now, unclench your fist there. Now, wait a minute. I'm going to tell you the truth. Now, look
tell
here.
me something.
I had to do it to you, Andy. Now, look here. I is in terrible trouble. If my wife finds out that I is the one that hit her boss, we'll be finished forever. And I'll never be able to get back with my wife again. And I ain't got $300 to pay Mr. Brooks for the clothes I burned up neither.
Yeah, well, that was a dirty trick to pull. You shouldn't have tried a thing like this.
Well, now, look, Kingfish, you is in trouble. Now, we down at the Lodge Hall are going to see if we can't help raise the money for you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, boys. And I'll tell you one thing. If my wife takes me back, I ain't never going to fight with her again or Mama again. I knows how to handle women now. You got to flatter them. No matter what they say, you got to tell them they is right. Yeah, you're right there. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Amos. From now on, I'm going to turn their heads with flattery. I'm going to turn them with kindness.
Well, Kingfish, if I was living with them 2 old goats, I'd want to turn their heads all right. Or mine.
Sapphire and me.
Da-da-da-dum, and Mama makes a 3. We're happy in our blue heaven.
Oh, that was beautiful, Mama, just beautiful. Mama never sung more beautiful, did you, Sapphire, darling?
Well, Mama, I thought you was just a little bit off key.
What nonsense. I never sing off key. Must have been you, dear.
Now, Mama, I never sung off key in my whole life.
Now, girls, little darlings, let's not have any of this.
Will you keep your big mouth shut when I'm talking to my daughter?
Yes, George, must you always butt in?
Well, I was just trying to avoid a fight here.
How dare you accuse us of fighting?
Yes, Baldy. What are you, a troublemaker?
Well, now, wait a minute.
Don't you shout it, Mother.
I'll fix him.
Let go, Mama. Let go, me. No, not the stairs again. Oh.
Shall we go back, Sapphire? Yes, Mama.
Daughter.
Yes, Mama.
If you please. Dum-dum-dum-dum.
Da-da-da-dum.
We threw out the bomb.
Da-da-da-dum.
We're happy in our blue heaven.
This is Harlow Wilcox reminding you that Studebaker, winner of the 1955 Mobile Gas Economy Run Grand Sweepstakes, has brought you Amos and Andy. And Studebaker suggests that you tune in this CBS radio station each evening, Monday through Friday, for the Amos and Andy Music Hall. You'll hear Amos and Andy at their very best, plus interviews with famous guests and lots of good popular music. Your local newspaper will give you the time of the Amos and Andy Music Hall. So remember to tune in and enjoy the fun and music and laugh with Amos and Andy.
Yes, that's right, folks. Every evening, Monday through Friday on this CBS station. Thank you and good night.
See you tomorrow night on the Music Hall.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday for the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Now stay tuned for Our Miss Brooks, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! She's the best little skipper in the land. Vote for Gracie! Vote for Gracie! Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
Vote for Gracie! To win the presidential race.
100 million strong, that's right, you can't go wrong. Vote for Gracie.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well.
What are you laughing at?
This is a comedy program, isn't it?
That's right.
Well?
But Gracie, the audience is supposed to laugh.
Oh, well then, do me a favor and laugh, folks. Come on, a little louder. Oh, come on, let's scream, everybody.
Wait a minute.
No, we can only find a joke that fits that laugh and have something.
You said it. Come in.
Burns and Allen program?
Yes. What are you laughing at?
I was a little late getting here.
Well, that takes care of the first joke.
Yeah. Why, George, you look like a breath of spring. That's a beautiful serge suit you have on.
Oh, thanks.
You look like a picture.
Really?
Yes, the shining hour.
Well, I get compliments on this suit wherever I go. And I've worn it out in a lot of places.
Yeah, I can see the places.
You can even ask Frank Parker. I'm considered a very smart dresser. Isn't that right, Frankie?
That's right.
There you are.
To dress on $10 a year, you've got to be smart.
How did I get into this mess?
By walking up 2 flights.
Let me tell you something.
Hey, George, what do you do with your old clothes?
He wears them.
This happens to be an English import.
Say, it does look a little like an Eton jacket.
Eton? What Eton?
Moth-eaten.
Oh, go away.
Say, George, do you know what your suit really looks like?
What?
It looks like it's going steady with Bing Crosby's shirt.
Well, I really resent that because Crosby's shirt is really from Vic Sade.
Judge, stop worrying. A suit like that is nothing to sneeze in, and furthermore...
Quiet. Let's talk about something else.
All right, but don't ask me about my campaign.
Believe me, I won't.
I've been so busy with my campaign, I haven't even had time to be elected.
But we're not going to talk about it.
No, I'm not even going to think about it.
Good.
If I think about it, I'll talk about it. And I hate to talk about anything I've got to think about.
You're telling me...
The more I think about it, the madder I get. Imagine asking the next president of the United States to pay cash for a thing like that.
Pay cash?
Yes. They wouldn't even take the Supreme Court as a credit reference.
Well, who wanted this cash?
The conductor on the bus.
It was probably a Hoover man.
I was on government business, too.
Government business?
Yes, I was on my way down to get my daddy's relief check.
Why doesn't your daddy get his own relief check?
He can't. He's picketing the Swiss embassy.
He's picketing the Swiss embassy?
Yes. That Swiss cheese gives him hiccups.
Well, that wouldn't happen if he ran the hole through a meat grinder. And the scoop through the hole.
Okay, see? Look what I've got for you.
Why, Ray Noble!
Yes, I saw it in the window, and it just seemed to be the real you.
Oh, thanks. I'll unwrap it. Oh, Ray.
Well, what is it?
Why, Ray, you shouldn't have done it. But it's just the thing I wanted. I was born in June, so it's simply perfect.
Well, what is it?
Bubble gum.
Ray, how did you happen to pick that out?
Well, George, old boy, I've been around. I know women.
What did it cost you?
It cost me $46, and I got it at Magnum's.
Well, I just don't know how to thank you, Ray, but I'll certainly chew it next to my heart.
This isn't a romance. This is a contortionist act.
Oh, Gracie, I'm going over there to write a poem about you.
Under the spreading chestnut tree?
No, under the piano.
Well, so long, fellow. Come in.
Remember me, Mr. Boynes? I'm the tailor.
Oh, yes, I remember. Yes, sir.
I was listening on your broadcast, and I heard them making comical remarks about your suit, and it hurts me. Because the suit cost $125.
See, wise guys, you thought I was cheap. Go ahead, Adrian. Tell them about the other suit that cost $125.
Thank you, yes. And an overcoat he bought for $150.
There you are.
He bought 2 suits and an overcoat for $410. This was 2 years ago. And I've yet to see a nickel.
Get out of here before I kick you out.
You and who else?
The door is closed.
What am I, a genius?
Will you get out of here?
See, George, if you didn't want to pay him, you could have given him one of your checks.
Oh, yeah? I paid for those clothes 2 years ago. Hello?
You should live so.
That's the last time I'll ever get a suit from him.
You said it.
Gracie, cheap. I'm not cheap. Didn't I take you to Ciro's restaurant the other night?
Uh-huh.
Well, what do you think that cost?
Oh, $30,000 without the awning in front.
Pheasant, wild rice, endive salad, crepe Suzettes. All that food went into a pretty little figure.
Oh, well, thanks, and I've got a neat little face, too.
Oh, don't worry, George. You can get credit any place. Why, everybody says you've got an honest face.
Oh, thanks, Pinky.
Everybody that looks at you says, honest, is that a face?
I'd just as soon not hear about my face or my suit.
No, and I'm not going to mention my presidential campaign either.
Well, good.
On the top of all my campaign worries, in the middle of the night, my mother gave out the biggest scream you ever heard.
What happened?
What happened? Her feet turned black.
Turned black? What did you do?
What did we do? We sent for a doctor.
What did the doctor do?
He just took off her stockings and we all went back to sleep again.
Maybe you've got spring fever these days. You'd probably like to play hooky from washing the dishes. No one knows better than you how dishwater makes your hands feel, so puffy and dry. But listen, the moment you finish the dishes, give your hands the creamy comfort of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Heinz is so nice and fragrant, it feels good and soothing to tender hands. It's the extra creamy, extra softening emulsion that contains 2 extra vitamins, A and D. You know what? Every creamy drop of Heinz goes right to work, helping to ease away that harsh, chapped look, coaxing back a lovable, smooth feeling. Treat your hands to Heinz Honey and Almond Cream every day to help keep them soft and thrilling in spite of rough household jobs. You can smooth Heinz on your hands as you work, you know. It isn't a bit sticky. In fact, thousands of women say they love Heinz as a powder base, too. It goes on so smoothly and helps your powder cling lightly with a soft, youthful-looking bloom. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at your favorite toilet goods counter in several convenient sizes. Start using Heinz, Hinds, tonight for soft, romantic, kissable hen. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Drew. From the musical production The King Steps Out, I'm going to sing Stars in My Eyes, written by Fritz Kreisler and Dorothy Field.
My song has wings, eternal springs, no longer a dream. My cheeks aglow, emotions flow like sunlight on a stream. My step is gay along my way, the roses bloom at my feet. My love's arranged, my being's changed, my life is now complete. Stars in my eyes tell how I feel, for this tender passion is real. I am loved, I am blessed, all that eager longing is laid to rest. Stars in my eyes will always shine when your heart beats with mine, till your love softly dies. There'll be stars in my eyes, stars in my eyes will always shine when your heart, stars in my eyes, till your love for me dies. There'll be stars in my
Listen, everybody, I forgot to tell you that at my convention in Omaha, the women are wearing old-fashioned calico dresses, and the men are wearing suits like they wore back in 1870.
But, Gracie, where can I get a suit like that?
Oh, George, lend him the suit you're wearing.
This is not an 1870 suit.
Oh, don't answer it, the tailor.
Don't I know?
And another thing, don't forget, you boys have to grow beards for the Omaha convention.
Is it compulsory?
No, it's apple.
Apple?
Yeah.
What's apple?
The pie I had last night.
Gracie, the whole thing doesn't fit.
Well, that's what you get for walking up 2 flights.
Stop with that suit.
Say, Gracie, if I raise a beard, it'll cover my personality.
Is that bad?
No, it's apple.
Way to get out of here.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If it wasn't for a beard, my aunt wouldn't be able to keep my uncle home nights.
What has that got to do with it?
Well, she winds his beard up in a clothes wringer and hides the handle.
Guess a thing like that is infallible.
No, it's apple.
Well, folks, we finally got a piece of plot in the show.
Say, Ray, how is the poem coming?
Oh, pretty well, Gracie. I'll read what I've got written so far. The title is Spring is to Sing, But I Sigh, Oh My.
Oh, that's beautiful, Ray.
Isn't it?
Yes, nice title for a seed catalog.
Well, here's the poem. A day in spring is like a rose, and a rose is like a honeybee, and a bee can sing you with his nose, but only God can make a tree.
Is that all?
Oh, no.
Oh, there's more.
Yes. A tree is like the stars on high, except it's in the ground, and stars are like your bluish eyes, except your eyes are brown.
Look, Ray, where are you trying to go with this?
Well, old boy, I'm trying to get I Love You, Gracie into the poem, but I can't seem to make it rhyme.
That must be difficult.
No, it's that.
Go away. Go away.
Say, George, the next time I see Shakespeare, I'll tell him about Ray Noble's talent.
This may surprise you, but he's dead.
So is Shakespeare.
Well, that's a nice TL for Ray.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bubbles. Did you get the plane tickets for Dallas?
Yes, and did you hear the good news?
No.
I just got an offer from the Group Theater in New York.
The group theater? What do they want you to play?
The Group.
The group. Plane tickets? What are they for? Where are you going?
Oh, this Friday I'm flying to Dallas to make a speech at the Variety Club get-together.
Well, Gracie, I'm sorry, but they won't let you take your kangaroo Laura on the plane.
Oh, isn't that too bad? And she had her bag all packed.
Dallas will certainly be disappointed.
Oh, no, they won't, George. I'm taking you.
Well, thank you. Why don't you take Bubbles with you to Dallas?
I can't go. I've got to make a guest appearance on a radio program.
What program?
Me the People.
Me the People?
Yes.
Either that or Hippie Lobby. I finally have the one line and they tried to kill it.
I've got to finish that typing.
Oh, did she go? Well, you're gone. You're gone. Go already.
Oh, you should have been over the house the other night. Bubbles got a date with Don Wilson. And you should have seen the three of them when they went out together. There was more excitement.
The three of them went out?
Bubbles, Don, in the front of the house.
Those kids really go places and through things.
Say, George, I must tell you this. It's very amusing.
Well, Truman, we can use something like that on the program.
Yeah, well, the other night at the party.
Yes?
I got up and told a very funny story.
Uh-huh.
Where the guests surprised when I didn't mention Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
You didn't mention it?
No. And when I got to the punchline of the story, it really knocked them for a loop. Because I didn't say a word about how Heinz Honey and Almond Cream will make rough red hams smooth, white, and soft, and thrilling to touch.
I see. And where was this party?
At the sponsor's house.
Well, the next time you tell a story, don't mention the hand cream either.
Oh, I won't, George. That would kill the joke.
And you're just the guy who can do it, too.
Now, George, is that nice?
No, Apple. I finally got it. Dr. Cyclops in the house.
Oh, Gracie, I've rewritten my poem, and it's much better now.
Good.
Yes, listen. A robin has a breast of fiery red, and so has a bowl of chili. But chili has no feathers on its head, so it must feel rather silly.
Oh, Ray, that's good.
Isn't it?
Yeah, but it still doesn't rhyme with I love you, Gracie.
No, George, but it's getting closer.
Oh, I think so. It certainly is. Getting closer.
Hello, I'm Sunny Gracie Allen speaking. Yes, I'm still running for president. What? Do I think farmers should be subsidized? Well, sure, if you can do it where it won't show.
Gracie, will you guarantee that?
No, I'll just have to take my word for it.
Yes, take your own word for
Well,
it.
say that again, please. Oh, how would I take care of emergency relief? Well, I just build more gas stations. What? Oh, thank you. And I think you're great presidential timber, too. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie McCarthy. that was grand. No wonder you're such a big hit at the Palace Hotel in San Francisco. It's a pleasure.
Gracie, I think I've got it.
Well, I always knew you had it, but I didn't know where.
Ray, I just gave you a compliment.
Oh, thanks, old boy. I'll smoke it later. But first, I want Gracie to hear my poem.
Yeah, but don't drop the ashes on the rug.
Well, here we go. If I could sing like a meadowlark and lay 2 eggs of blue, I'd rather be just a silkworm and knit 2 socks for you. I'm inspired.
Here, take my handkerchief. It is rather warm in here.
Ray, did that come out of your own head?
Oh, rather.
Sort of a wood carving.
Well, I put it over.
I thought so, yeah.
Hey, Gracie, I just finished typing that speech you're going to make at Dallas.
Already? Why, Bubbles, it only took you 3 days.
Well, you see, every time I got to the end of the line and heard the typewriter bell, I went out to lunch.
Don't I know?
Let me have it. Oh, and boys.
Yeah.
Now, I want you boys to tell me what you really think of the speech.
We'll be glad to do it.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be back in Dallas. And before I go any further, I want to announce that all promises in this speech are fictitious, and any similarities to persons living like George Burns is purely coincidental.
I'm not dead.
You want to bet?
Give me odds.
Wake up, America. Your country needs me. So pop out of bed. Mom out of bed,
Yeah,
too.
everybody out of bed.
Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of a certain little party, if you know who I mean.
We have an idea, yes.
I think I know what you mean.
It's our catching on week this week.
Yes.
We know it.
This country is purely utilitarian. Are there any questions?
Gracie, what does utilitarian mean?
Are there any answers? Then I'll continue.
Yeah, continue. That'll be fine. Yeah.
It's true that this is a baby's country, and every baby needs a change.
Is that true?
My political rivals say that what this country needs is more milk for the babies without delay. They say, let's take the bull by the horns. Well, that's foolish. They could never get milk that way.
I don't think so. Although I'll try it.
So, fellow voters, what this country needs is plenty. And even though it's impossible, I'll be glad to do it. Hello?
Hooray!
Thanks.
What was that?
My friends, today millions of people are living who will never do it again.
Hooray.
Millions are being born for the first time.
You got something there, sister?
And millions are doing nothing because it's the best offer they've had this week. And when you listen to the radio every 10 minutes, what do you hear?
My way is the spry way.
Quiet, Angela.
If you want an honest president, don't forget Gracie Allen on Election Day. I've never stolen a nickel, and all I want is a chance. Thank you.
Hey, you know, a speech like that is even bigger than Don Wilson.
Oh, you mean Fatty?
Yes, Tiny, Fatty, yes. That's what I mean.
But Gracie, I loved your speech, especially where you mentioned Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
But Truman, she didn't mention Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
But I did, yeah.
Oh, and a big boy, too.
How'd you like it, Vicky?
Well, Gracie, I don't think it fits.
You don't?
Well, what can you expect? He walked up 2 flights.
Frank, just exactly. What's the matter with my suit?
Well, I don't know, George. It's not the color because pale fudge looks good on you.
Oh, thanks.
Not the fit because, George, that's the way you're built.
Well, that's nice.
Not the style because those suits may come back again.
Yeah. Then what is it, Frank? Jealousy?
No, it's Apple, and I'll see you later.
I think I'll go get myself run over.
Oh, don't mind him, George. Frank, I think you've got a lot of nerve to say things like that. Someday you may be old and worn out like George's suit, too.
Well, now I feel better. Whoa.
Hello? Oh, how are you? It's Georgie Jester.
Georgie Jester?
Yes, I read it in the papers, Georgie, and congratulations. But I thought you were going to get married Friday. Oh, your wife made you wait till Saturday? Oh, there's no school Saturday. Goodbye.
How do you like that? And I didn't think Cecil went to school.
I say, Gracie, I made a new start with my poem, and I think it's much better now.
Oh, good.
Here's this. If I had the wings of a butterfly, I could flutter here and there. A butterfly never has to shave, for it has no whiskers anywhere.
Ray, if you're trying to rhyme, come in.
Good evening, Miss Allen. Remember me? I was here last week. I'm the census enumerator.
Oh, well, I'm glad to see you again.
I just heard a choice bit of gossip, and I can't keep it to myself any longer.
Well, I'm sorry, but we're not interested in other people's affairs. What they do is their own business.
Atta girl.
Their secrets belong to them, and it's no concern of ours. What did you hear?
Well, I don't know whether I should say anything or not, but that woman who lives around the corner from you.
Oh, you mean Mrs. Hemingway,
Yes, Mrs. Hemingway.
Oh, it's so funny. I always forget the second name.
Well, my dear, it seems... How far does this program go?
To New York City.
Good. I wouldn't want this to go any further.
Well, I wish this didn't go any further.
Mrs. Hemingway's husband.
Which one?
Which one? How many husbands has she got?
George, don't be nosy. Go ahead, mister.
Well, it seems that every time he goes to San Francisco...
Yes?
He doesn't go to San Francisco.
No?
No.
Isn't that just like a man?
Yes.
Well, tell me all about it. When he goes to San Francisco where he doesn't go, where does he go?
Oakland.
Really?
Yes. Fortunately for Mrs. Hemingway, Sally Rand is a very good friend of the family.
Well, that's a better than his cap.
What's going on here? I thought all census information was strictly confidential.
Oh, poor Mrs. Hemingway. All the time that her husband is away, she does nothing but pace the floor.
No.
Yes, every night at the Coconut Grove.
You know his secretary, that beautiful little blonde?
Oh, you mean that pretty one who always leaves lipstick on his collar?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's a wonderful typist.
Yes. Probably takes 120 kisses a minute.
But it's too bad about her shorthand.
What's the matter with her shorthand?
Well, his wife's gloves won't fit her.
Well, I've got to run along.
Wait a minute. Before you go, the house that the Hemingways live in, is that a one-story house or a two-story house?
Please, Mr. Burns, how dare you? We census takers are pledged to secrecy. Good day.
Where did you meet him?
Oh, isn't it cute? When I'm elected, I'm going to give him a much better job.
Is that so?
Yes, in the Secret Service.
As an undercover man, and he can stay there.
At last I've got the poem, Gracie. Here it is. When springtime knocks upon my soul, my heart sings like a joyous rabbit. But rabbits don't appreciate love, so then it's just another habit.
Oh, there's no use going on. There's no way to make that rhyme. It's absolutely impossible to get a rhyme with birds and bees and skies of blue above you. You can write and write and write and write, but you'll never rhyme, Gracie, I love you. Yeah, but I did it.
You did it, huh?
Once more, an opportunity for you to get a copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Everybody's humming it and wants it. Now, all you have to do is this. Listen. Just write your name and address on the back of a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. Send one carton of the 25-cent size or one of the 50-cent size or $1 size carton. Or, if you use the 10-cent size, send 2 cartons. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. And say, when you buy your Heinz, you'll find out what an extra creamy lotion can do for your hands. Why, even one application of this fine, fragrant lotion helps make chapped hands feel softer, look smoother right away. Heinz contains 2 vitamins too, vitamins A and D. Use Heinz regularly for soft, thrilling honeymoon hands, the kind of hands he wants to hold. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter. Get Heinz tonight. And send the Heinz carton tomorrow sure to Gracie Allen for your copy of her dizzy campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California.
And now Gracie will sing Sweet Potato Piper.
Oh, I'm dedicating my song to the members of the Axar Ben who are holding their banquet in Omaha tonight.
Oh, good.
Do you remember Yuba who played the tuba and made the rumba a popular beat? The peanut vendor was a solid sender, not to mention Piccolo Pete. Of course you've heard of Sammy from Alabama, the old accordion man. Well, while we're on the subject, do you know why the beguine began, do you? Music soothes the savage, that's a well-known phrase. But your heart becomes full of kettle drums when the sweet potato piper plays. Go on, throw your hat up, shout a few hoorays, 'cause you can't hold back your jumping jack when the sweet potato piper plays. Though it's not a magic flute, there's a fascinating truth. It's not exactly beautiful. It's sort of like an, I don't know, I guess you call it cute. Sunbeams fly new dance steps, songbirds sound their A's, and the world joins in with a great big grin when the sweet potato piper plays. Now when you vote for Gracie, that's me, here's what she okay. Casting all a vote for the plate of note that the sweet potato piper plays. Comes inauguration, it will start a craze. Watch the diplomats picking up their stats when the sweet potato piper plays. At the presidential ball, we won't have a band at all. Now we'll simply have this silly type, a tootin' on the scooter and a piping on his pipe. All the boys in Congress soon will shout his praise. All the world joins in with a great big grin when the sweet potato piper plays.
Don't forget, there are two Heinz preparations for your hands. One is the famous Heinz lotion that pours from the bottle. The other is the brand new Heinz hand cream in jars. Like the famous lotion itself, this new Heinz hand cream helps to give you softer, smoother hands in spite of housework or outdoor work.
Good night.
Good night.
We'll all be back again next Wednesday night at the same time. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.